this last part of the SC is not necessarily something that must be directed to the minister. He said that to us about the minister. So he's got anything to say, he has to write down to us and say, it looks like I got my facts wrong, and therefore I apologize to the minister and to the committee and to the people of South Africa. So I don't think it's for minister to even say anything. If there is such a development, we're being taken for, we're also being surprised. We can't be members of this committee. People come say things here, and then when they retract them, we hear them like any other person. It must come to us. Then from there it can be communicated publicly, even to the person who was mentioned wrongly. Thanks.
Honorable Sangone.
Yeah, thanks, Cheno. I think I'm partly covered by Honorable Malema, because what I was going to say is, if the general says he falsely accused General Cele, and he had said this on national television and other platforms, I would think that him withdrawing that very damaging allegation would have to be done in a public manner, the same way he was able to go on a public platform and make such an allegation. Thanks.
SC.
Honorable Chair.
Maybe let me take the Chief Whip before you respond.
No, thank you, Chair. I want to add on that, and the reason why, I mean, as one of the members were talking, the reason why I think that is important, how it's withdrawn is very important, because we were told in this hearing or this committee that there are people who have a capacity to design and send the messages on behalf of your number without you getting involved in that. Now, I mean, a matter serious as the one that we're dealing with now, I am of the view that it should not just be withdrawn, as other colleagues have said, by merely sending an SMS. I think we need something officially, properly written, that must be publicly communicated, not in a way that it has been made available. Because this was a presentation that was done by Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi under oath. And so it has to be treated in the same way that it was when it came to us.
Honorable Breitenbach.
Thank you, Chair, eventually. I don't think that Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi can send a little note to say he withdraws. He must come here and tell us why he withdraws it, how he made such a mistake, and why he thought it was okay to irresponsibly tell the whole world that thing. He's done a lot of reputational damage. It can't be undone by a little note.
Let's see.
Yeah, we will, if he's not already hearing it or listening to it or watching it, we will convey this to him. But what my colleague, Ms. Nhlanhla, did convey to him was that he needs to put this in writing, addressed to the committee, to yourself. The reason why I raised it now is before the honourable members had an opportunity of asking him questions, perhaps in relation to that part, when we sit here with a message that it's withdrawn. And the other reason is before General Cele's statement is sent out to the media, and even further damage may be caused. But in terms of the formalities, he's been made aware of it, and we will follow that up. Thank you.
Yeah. No, I think that is carried. What will happen is that the members must not ask General Cele about that matter. General Mkhwanazi will have to amend his sworn statement, and the committee will make a decision whether we invite him to come back, so that where he has to make a public apology. That public apology must be made. It will be very good to have him in a forum like this one, where such statements were made, so that if members may want to ask questions, questions can be asked. And if he has to be directed to apologize, he's accordingly directed, and that apology is served on General Cele and South Africans as a whole. I wanted to give you 40 minutes, honorable members, and you said to me that you were ready, and I was so impressed with your eagerness. So your time is going to start now. I'm allocating 1 hour 20 minutes for a full member and an alternate. We are going to follow this order until probably 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock tomorrow when we conclude the proceedings. When your time expires, even if you said you stop immediately. Yes. Yes. It's towards Friday, yeah. Even if you say one letter, you stop because your time would have expired. So now is 26 minutes after 16 hours. So it means we are going to take 4 speakers between now and the next break. Yeah. So I want us to start exactly at 4:30. And then it will be Honorable Nhlanhla and Honorable Sokhanyile. So if we start at 4:30, we are going to run until 10 to 6. And then the next set of speakers will start at 10 to 6 and take their 1 hour 20 minutes. Is it very clear? That is going to be Honorable Shongwe and Honorable Nomvalo. We're taking a full member and an alternate. It's 1 hour 20 minutes. Yeah. Is it very clear, honorable members? The 4 members who will be starting, is it very clear to you? Okay. Honorable Breitenbach, can I?
I'm explaining to the members that the time period is a limit, not a target.
It's 1 hour. Is 1 hour 20 minutes. If one person speaks for the whole time allocated, it means the time would have expired. It does not matter. The second speaker will no longer have any time left to speak. That's what it means. It's inclusive. It's indivisible. Honorable Sons.
Chair, may I check how versatile your directive is? If, as a party, we make an arrangement of saying that today we only give full members, then tomorrow an alternate, will that cause any damage to your directive?
No, it wouldn't be a problem. Remember, alternatives speak on the discretion of the chair. So you'll have to check with me what is the time allocated to the alternate. The time for the alternate is 20 minutes. Yes.
Yes. I'm not denying
Remember,
that, Chair.
yesterday we were allocating alternates 45 minutes.
Yes.
So today we have reduced it to 20.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, can we make our own arrangement as a party to say today it's only full members who are going to ask, then tomorrow the alternate will use his 20 minutes. 10 or 20, whatever that you allocate to an alternate. Are you versatile to that extent, Chair? Or you strictly say today you must use an hour and 20 minutes?
Yeah, I want us to use an hour and 20 minutes per set of speakers.
Okay, no problem.
If you decide that you are going to use your hour tomorrow, it's okay. But now it's 1 hour, 20 minutes.
No problem.
Yeah. And the more you postpone, we start at 7 o'clock tomorrow because it means we will have a longer list of speakers tomorrow. Yeah. The African National Congress, Honorable Nhlanhla, Honorable Mkhwanazi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Chair.
Let me not bore you.
Chair.
Honorable Souls.
Sorry, Chair, my hand was up.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it's separate from this. I just wanted to have the House note and the nation note that today is the birthday of Jocelyn Smith, the little girl that was kidnapped and trafficked, and her mother, together with other accomplices, are found guilty of kidnapping and child trafficking. We hope that she's still alive. I just thought it's important to just mention that for noting. Thank you, Chair.
That is so profound, Honorable Souls. We welcome that message. South Africans are receiving it, and we hope that the police will continue to probe the matter until the truth is revealed. Thank you so much. Honorable Mkhwanazi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me go straight to you, Ndosi. Looking at your appointment of General Sbiya as the Deputy National Commissioner, taking it back, because when General Sbiya was, you'll bear with me, I won't have I'll say general, no lieutenant, no brigadier, all general. When he was appointed by the city of Johannesburg, whereby he was going to assist the city of Johannesburg in gathering and intelligence equipment. He left the city of Johannesburg under a cloud of being accused of corruption and fraud. Then Mr. Mesuli Mlandu, who was also serving in the city of Johannesburg, an executive director, wrote a letter to you on the 20th of June, 2022, regarding his concerns of the eminent appointment and the employment of General Sbiya to this Deputy National Commissioner of South African Police Services. Are you aware of that letter?
I can't remember the letter.
You don't remember a letter written by Mr. Mlandu alerting you or telling you about General Sbiya? You don't remember it?
No, I don't remember the letter. I have seen now as we discussed, but I don't remember the letter coming to me. I don't know if I can expand on that one. Because who is Mulando?
He was working in the city of Johannesburg.
As what?
An executive director. He once worked in Eastern Cape. Then he went to work in the city of Johannesburg. Also, in the city of Johannesburg, he was suspended. Then he wanted to alert you about the fraud and corruption during the era of General Smear.
No, I don't know what level he was, but it's pathetic. To start with, is a manager, writes the minister. Instead, he doesn't even know who employs the police. Ministers of police don't employ the police. He should have written the national commissioner. I don't remember, I don't say I didn't receive, but what could have happened, Honorable Member? There would be letters that land in my office, and the chief of staff look at them, and they realize that they don't belong here, and they take them where they belong. And what level was he? This Mulando? Was level
the
what?
director?
14, 12?
He was a director.
That's level 12. He should have approached his manager to write the national commissioner so that things are proper. Otherwise, level 12, somewhere in Gauteng, he thinks can write the minister of police in Pretoria about the things that he doesn't know on it. Maybe if I finish, the commissioner employs, commissioner deploys. Commissioner did come to me about the coming back of Smear. It took some time, and Commissioner Smear was a victim of those people that were paired off by Pierre, which is Mkhwanazi, Masimula, Libya, Dramat, Mafume, Smear, Cruiser. It's just cleaned. It's part of those people. So when then he goes there and he comes back, I remember that he was cleared by the mayor, and mayor was the lady doctor. The mayor was a doctor in Gauteng.
Oh,
Mpo. So I remember was cleared also by the SSA, which is a custodian of intelligence matters. So then he would go to the National Commission. National Commissioner would then suggest to me as a concurrence that we're taking Smear back. That's what would have happened. But for this guy to as a director somewhere and write the minister of police when he's got the mayor in his office, the manager, and indeed he wanted to be managerial, he could have written the national commissioner. So maybe the letter, I don't remember the letter, maybe the letter got lost in the confusion this guy caused.
okay.
Thanks.
The letter didn't get confused on the way. It had the minister's stamp. But, Minister, I do get your point, because the letter can come to your office and is stamped, or the letter was given to the National Commissioner. But when you're going to employ the deputy of the National Commissioner, surely you were talking with the National Commissioner. Are we going to employ this person with this or a cloud in English over him from the city of Johannesburg? Then you say, no, let's get on. That's what I'm asking from you. Were you alerted that General Smear had that cloud over him from the city of Johannesburg?
It's cloud from Maputo. Huh? He's cleared by is cleared by the mayor, is cleared by the SSA, I think was cleared by the court, the labor court. All who says, the court even went further to say, reinstate him. So who I am to say to the court, well, I'm not. And not necessarily directed to me. And then the commissioner says, remember, the commissioner will go through to it, that comes to the minister as a concurrence. By the way, he's not forced to look at it. So maybe these three institutions, honorable member, they weigh heavier than Maputa, who wrote the letter. The office of the mayor himself, the SSA, who said the gadget was not illegal, and the court, who says reinstate him. So I'm sure, as the proposal is made of concurrence from the National Commission, we would have taken that one on board.
Okay.
Thanks.
Now, General, I'll say General even to you, or former minister, looking at General Sbiya, you have employed him, having that cloud, then also, if we are looking at the links that he had, one can say that, allege, in fact, that he had links with criminals based on the evidence that were given yourself by Mr. Nhlanhla to say that he tried to make it a point that General Khumalo is arrested. All that story you were narrating, can you say that, was it a correct appointment for General Sbiya to be the National Commissioner? Looking back to all these things, starting with, I know you are saying that he was cleared in everything, but now having the recent information and adding to what previously he had, that dark cloud I'm talking about, could you say it was the right appointment for him to be the Deputy National Commissioner?
Definitely there will be a concern, honorable member. Remember, Nhlanhla is only just yesterday when this guy has been doing the work, issues raised. But it's a point I made with the members and the meeting to say, I find it problematic that at the level of the Deputy Director General, National Commissioner is the only person that takes decision. And I would have recommended that, like all other DTGs, we follow the same pattern. What happens when the DTGs of other departments are employed? They are interviewed by the panel, serious panels, and then this information is taken to the cabinet, honorable member, and the cabinet endorses or they scrutinize it and they send it back. One other thing that is a must is a security clearance. But usually, when you come for first 6 months, you are given about preliminary, and then they say you give the real one in 6 months' time. So, if we follow those patterns, I hope it will help with the police. But the question, looking back on him and the matters that are raised, while it's not my place, but I would say, I would agree with the processes that have taken by the National Commission to relook at the matter.
Thank you. Then coming to Nhlanhla, you said you didn't know Nhlanhla up until you met him when you were going to meet Mabonga Mpongose. Mabonga Mpongose, who happens to be the son of your acquaintance, Mr. Mpongose, is dead. Then now, you have Mr. Nhlanhla, who came to that meeting at that Beverly Hills hotel. Can you share with this ad hoc committee, what were you going to meet Mr. Mpongose about? Just, or was it work-related, because he is the son of your acquaintance's daddy?
Well, his name is Bongani Mpongose, so they call him Mabonga.
Yeah.
He's a KZN boy, so it's December, everybody comes home. He used to call me Timer.
Oh.
I'm sure they understand that language. What does it mean, timer? And then I'm down home. I want to see you, and instead of seeing me, he brings Nhlanhla. So he had wanted to see me without giving me the agenda of meeting him, but it was clear that the agenda was Nhlanhla, as we met Nhlanhla and engaged.
Then out of that first meeting at Beverly Hills with Mr. Nhlanhla, going to the next one, meeting with Mr. Nhlanhla in Mr. Mkhwanazi's house at his Zimbabwe estate. Can you say Nhlanhla now became your friend or also your acquaintance, or what? How can you describe him now that, because, you know, he told you things that maybe some of them you are not going to get them outside. As you have already said that in order to know the information in the work that you are doing, you had to meet other people so that you'll get and sift out of that information you were given. Now that you met Mr. Nhlanhla, how would you describe him to you?
He's definitely not a friend. I'm sure yourself have got the definition of friends. This is March, or this is January, meeting him in Pretoria again. After meeting him in December, he can't be a friend by then. Indeed, I said, I was interested in this tripod of Minister Mkhunu, Nhlanhla and Mkhwanazi, whom in their meetings, either correctly or wrongly, either true or not, they found the space of discussing even my name, even sending this information so that they can find something out of me. So I would then listen and have an ear for that. But that did not make me a friend of Nhlanhla. If I was a friend, we could have maybe taken some few drinks together. I could have visited his home. I saw late that he's got the white home in the mountain. Besides the house he has in, I know the house that was raided was in Waterkloof. So I could have seen, the place where we met. It would be more on the business, because this penthouse is in Capital, in the hotel in Pretoria, rather than his house. Indeed, I would say is an acquaintance in the lack of explaining any other thing, but not coming close of calling him a friend.
Thank you. Surely, maybe if he was not jailed now, when we are coming to this ad hoc committee, maybe for argument's sake, he was not in jail, would he have called you or call you after the ad hoc committee?
Chairperson, through you, Honorable Member, when I met him, I didn't know that he was carrying this kind of except what I read, but did not give it to me as a person that the police were to arrest for these things. I did not have the list of his withdrawal of cases, which are quite many and long, and what he has for. If he's not arrested, but I've received that information, I would have changed my approach to him, having had that information. Now, he's arrested. I'm told he's in CMAX in Nkosi Mapuru. Definitely, if we were friends, I could have paid a visit there. I haven't. I know that some people have gone for statements there. Myself, I could have taken a statement there if he was my friend. So that is there, is arrested, that cut off, never again spoken to him, never taken a statement for him because we're not friends. And that gave me a better understanding of staying away. I'm not saying that I will never speak to him if he comes. We do speak to people that have been in prison, criminal record. We mix with them. Others are our colleagues, and they have been in prison. So it will be lie. It will be lie to say I won't speak to them. But things that I understand have changed my perspective at how I look at him. I definitely don't look at him as the first day I met, and now understand what he has been accused of.
Thank you. Lastly, because you know what I like about you as a witness, you are straight, you don't hide anything. Former minister, what is it? Oh. A directive of the 31st December 2024. You said that you did call the current minister, that is Minister Senzo Mkhwanazi. You didn't inquire from the National Commissioner. Didn't inquire about what is happening. You saw that because it was on the media space. Immediately it was issued on the 31st. You didn't inquire when the minister said, no, he will deal with his job. You didn't inquire from the National Commissioner, being worried, of course, about the escalation of the crime, whereby PKTT has reduced it. You didn't try and call him at least and advise him.
Advise who?
The National Commissioner.
I've got nothing to do. I've got nothing to do with the National Commissioner.
Being the former minister.
I've got nothing to do. That will be serious interference, and what they term ruling from the grave.
No, talking on a friendly terms.
Absolutely.
For instance, you can't talk with anyone saying that, hey, now that this PKTT, are you having plan, knowing that you are talking to a person with whom you have worked? Surely you are communicating now and then.
Honorable Member, don't tempt me. You know, I sit home, I gym, I come and see TV. There are so many things on TV that are wrong about the police. I can talk to them every day. I must just accept that I've come and I'm gone. A person that I spoke to is a person that I've kind of a political umbilical cord with, who happens to be the minister. I did not phone him. We spoke face to face in a meeting that was somewhere, I think we were in Joburg, in the Hutla. This is January. It is even after I've had the issues of Nhlanhla. But this was the issue I wanted to enter, but we'll also speak about other things. And the minister had no time. He said, the letters that we talk about from, you hear them, or the other thing that I suggested is that we speak to the Peace and Stability Committee of the ANC, where I am the member because of the NEC, he is a member because of the NEC, and also is a member because of the minister, to talk those things. And he said those things could go and talk there. But he continues with his decision when it comes to the letters. And unfortunately, that meeting too did not see. And then I sat there and I got wrote and until things continue. But I could not tell the National Commissioner what to do. That is what you call ruling from the grave.
Okay.
And I don't have a grave at the present moment. You can see me.
Thank you for that, because I was going to ask you, you are from KZN, Minister Mkhwanazi is from KZN, the former Minister of SAPS, he is the current Minister of SAPS. Then this decision that has been taken, because I was going to ask, how do you relate with each other as Minister Mkhwanazi, but you have already talked to that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairperson. Finish.
Thanks, Chair. Let's start where you have left, General. How is your relationship with Minister Mkhwanazi in all fronts of life?
All fronts, eh?
Yeah.
I've never taken a drink with him. Unfortunately, I don't drink, I don't take alcohol. So I've seen people on the social media say they was drunk when they called people in noon and all that. So I don't just take alcohol. I don't even dine in wine. I just don't. So
Honorable Sangoen.
Thank you, Chair. No, I want clarity. So is it the reason that Minister Elo, when he was minister, would have then gone and taken all the alcohol from the people of South Africa during COVID?
What is your comment on those?
no, I never taken any parties. I never taken any parties alcohol. I just removed the crime from the scene. That was not alcohol. That was crime on the scene.
Yeah.
Because if it is sold without license, if it is sold at 4 o'clock when you're supposed to close at 10 and all, that is a crime scene, is no more a tavern. And so we remove it from the scene. But let me go back on that one.
Yeah, go back to Honorable Nhlanhla,
Yeah.
but look, I can tell you, your knife cuts too deep, yo.
Okay. Honorable Nhlanhla, if I stand here before you and I confess, Mkhwanazi and I, we have been in the same faction, if there is such a thing, politically all life. I've supported him when he was under attack from the previous people, as with Premier, as all that. I supported him as we go for secretary, where I was beaten by Ace and all that kind of thing, all that. So politically, we have been on the same side. I just don't know where and when, because even briefing him, the effort came from me. I phoned him 3 times to say, can I come and brief you? It's unlike Mbalula, who phoned me to brief me. Mbalula phoned me to brief me. I phoned my successor to say, can I come and brief you? We took 3 hours. I said, as I opened the door, I said, Lendlelina Meva. This is hard one into police. Pick up the phone, and let's talk when you think we can make a contribution. I've never received a single call since ever that day I held I held the door handle, not once. I mean once. And then that relationship where we have been working together on political matters, I don't know what happened to it. But political front, until this saga happened, I think we have been fine. Even socially, when he lost the mother, I visited the homestead, I spoke there. When he visited the father, we were sitting. When he lost the father, we sat there when Msholozi spoke and all that. We have been quite cordial and not very distant. His wife's name is Temberga. My wife's name is Temberga. They call each other Bizo themselves and all that. So I don't think it's a very hostile kind of relationship overall.
Okay. I'm asking this because there is a strong accusation of you doing what you have just said you can't do now, of leading from the grave. And I'm asking this because part of the evidence that was submitted to the ad hoc committee, I think a bundle 3 of the minister's evidence, had got an article that speaks about you actively participating in the affairs of the SAPS, even though you are no longer the minister, being involved in everything that is happening, insinuating that you may have a role to play in what is happening.
Article written by who?
Beg your pardon?
Article written by who?
I just can't remember the article, but it was attached in bundle 3 of the minister's evidence.
That's a problem, because the minister should have consulted me when he sees that and asked, what is this? But more than anything, it would have better to consult me, because anybody, journalists, they write what they like. And you can't hold me responsible that there is an article written by me, whatever that means, whatever that happens, and all that kind of thing. So, but if I can tell you, I've tried to stay out of the lane. It can't be true again that I don't talk to the police. But mostly it will be at the high level so that I don't have the problem. A few weeks, CIC, there was a clash of students at Edgewood of the student command, EFF and Sansco. Students phoned me. Now, I'm not going to say, yeah. What you do, you pick up the phone and you phone, and I phoned Deputy Commissioner Makoba. So when it happens, when fire, I'm sure you know fire here, who killed the lady that was a CPF, he was given the bail. She phoned me to say, Minister, I don't know what to do. And I phoned the provincial commission to say, there is this matter, can you look at it? And indeed, I can't say, when people phone and they raise the matter saying, we are under attack, can you help us? So the next thing I will do, I will phone the police. And I don't think that it will be so much of irresponsible for me to say, look, I'm no more the Minister of Police, let those people come and shoot you.
Okay. During your tenure as both the National Commissioner and the Minister, which is before 2011, as the National Commissioner, and the 2 terms you have served as the Minister of Police, have you noticed some deep-seated divisions amongst the top generals of the South African police services?
Maybe the word deep does not operate. But these are old people having their opinions and all that kind of thing. There will be issues here and there. And then one job of the executing authority is to make sure that your structure functions proper. There would be issues here and there that one thing that I would do, I try by all means, honorable member, to stay above their problems, not to be sept in and become the part of one of them or the group of them. So I'll try. But if the matter is raised, for instance, one matter that was raised very sharply was the exchange between Mkhwanazi and Sibia on the matter of briefing about the arrest of AKA. So I was sent that, I looked at it, and I did speak to both of them that you are all not together, but I also speak to Mkhwanazi, who even apologized to say, Minister, I went overboard and all that. So I would, if I think things are going wayward, and say, that's not the way, guys. We have a target is to work on crime, not against each other.
Okay, so the last date, let's go back to the IMC. The last date of the meeting of the Interministerial Committee was the 6th of September 2023, which is effectively 6-7 months before the 2024 national and provincial elections. So one would assume that the reason of not sitting in the period after December 2023 is that everyone was out preparing for elections. Now, has the end of the 6th term marked the end of the Interministerial Committee?
No, hasn't.
So, even though the 6th administration ended, the existence of the Interministerial Committee continued to the 7th term.
Honorable member, there is precedence to that.
Yes.
This committee was called and put there by the president in May 2018, which is the tail end of the 5th administration. And the president puts ministries there, not ministers. This was not an inter-ministers committee, it was inter-ministerial committee, which means ministries that come there. And the ministries have incumbents. The first meeting that met there was Tsele for police, Masuta for justice, Duba Letsatsi for intelligence, and Mapisa Ngagula for defense. So as we go for election, this committee meets. Who meets? Is Tsele, Lamula, and Kodwa, because there was no minister of intelligence at the time. It was Kodwa, deputy in the president. And Mapisa was still there, but later Modise comes. So those people are there. So there is a precedent. And there was no new announcement by the president to say, Nyakubeka njalo. So we continued until this September, and indeed, I agree with you that after September they would be busy. But also, there was then one activity of the committee when the president instructed them to or approach them, especially with that one, with the Minister of Higher Education now, with the problems that was happening at Fort Hare. I can take you through when there was time what was happening there, but huge, 173 million of that university was misused by that process. And these police, they stopped the misuse of 173 million, that PKTT. And then when they briefed, so one felt that it would be good if they briefed the president. I think they briefed the president on the 7th of March 2024, almost 2 or 3 months now before election. It was still there. President quite impressed with them. I even joked to say they need some award the way they were doing things. I hope that's not a problem of the award later when the award changed seats at some place. But it would be known. Maybe not cutting deep and cutting there. Mine will be simple. call the interministerial committee. If you believe there is no interministerial committee, go to the committee that is related to the JCPS cluster, and you are a co-chair with justice. If you don't believe that that's correct, go to the president to give you the way. I hear that after the letter, the president was briefed 2 months after. That is not consultation. You should tell the president that I've done, you can see what to do. Okay. So for me, that is procedural wrong, but I've heard people saying it's unlawful, it's illegal. I can't say that, but right, no. For me, it was wrong the way it was done.
Yeah, thank you. I was actually coming there on the 7th of March 2024. That the political killings task team meets the president in Durban to take him through over the 430 battle. And the president is impressed and urges them to continue the good work they are doing. So the evidence we have received in this committee is that since 2022, the PKTT's existence was irregular. But besides that, 2019, there was a new designed organizational structure of SAPS that excluded the existence of the political killing system because there was an intended establishment of a new division of murder and robbery and all those things, which was later reconfirmed in 2025. Now, you have got this, that from that period until 2024 in March, the understanding was that this is irregular existence. But the head of state then comes later and say, you're doing a great job, please continue. It gives us a lot of some contradictory reactions in terms of what then becomes the status of the PKTT as things stand.
Chairperson, Chairperson, the structures and the organograms of the police, they are very old. They did not come with this new dispensation. Now I've signed them when I was a National Commission. I guess JQ would have signed them. I guess 5 of us would have signed them. But at no stage where there are no task teams, with all those organograms, there will be forever task team. One famous task team, people coming from this province will remember, was a task team that was dealing with Pagat. That was a task team dealing with Pagat. But others will be done in response of the agency that can't wait to work under the structure, but also give the extra. And there is nothing illegal with that so long it follows the pattern. As it happened, the interministerial happened with the information note signed by then Commissioners Chole and all that kind of stuff. So it doesn't matter how many times you have the organograms, but there will be always some task teams and some operations as they are. I've counted several of them now. The other one that was put there because of the problem was anti-gang unit. Anti-gang unit, it still exists. I hope it has been found, has been put under the structure. It was in Cape Town alone. Yes, spread now to other places where there are gangs. There is just one connotation I don't like about it, that is a colored unit. That is not. There is a lot of that here in Khayelitsha working there. There are no colors staying in Khayelitsha. So is an anti-gang unit which was launched by the president, but its existence might be found on the way by the structure and put on the structure and comes after the big umbrella that is called as a visible policing under the component. There is a component that will be called ORS, and that component will fall under the visible policing and all that. Other one that was put as a special was TROT. We did not fix the organogram. TROT had to respond to the crime of cash heist and all that there and then, which really was reduced. So that 2019, I really wish if ceased to exist, what was the process, what was the document? On the 6th of September 2023, we are communicating the decisions taken on the 5th of September 2023 by the interministerial, where the last resolution from one of the members says this team must continue. I haven't seen and heard where people come together and say this team cannot continue.
Okay. Thanks, General. I'm sure you are better experienced to respond on this part of the organogram and stuff, because you have both been the National Commissioner and the Minister. Do task teams necessarily get to be part of an organizational organogram?
Task teams are temporal.
It's not divisions.
No, not divisions. They are not units. They are temporal. They are issue bound. They are both time bound and issue bound. Like this pitch cake, you go there. Initially, it was 4 months, but if you finish you beyond 4 months or 6 months that is given, and that problem has not been resolved, you are not going to pack and go home. And we say, you can kill yourself now, our time is finished. So they find the way of extending it. So they are both time-bound and issue or stroke mission-bound, the task teams.
Okay. As the inaugural chairperson of the IMC that established the PKTT, you say on the 5th of September, you have taken, September 2023, the IMC has taken a decision to extend the existence of the PKTT. Now, it brings us back to the argument we have been having as the committee with witnesses from the beginning of the ad hoc committee. Who has the power to extend the PKTT existence or term of office? Who, given the context of the manner in which it was formulated, starting the president, IMC, PKTT, and all that process, who then has the power to de-establish the PKTT that was established by the IMC, and IMC that was established by the president, who then has got that power of extending one and also de-establishing?
Let's look how is it established. The president makes an announcement in Maritzburg and comes to Parliament about the formation of the interministerial. And these ministers goes to KZN, get briefed by a provincial team that has been existing there by 3 generals and brigadiers, Chiliza, Makashalala, and the head of intelligence. You realize that there is zero work here. And then you give the report back to the president to say, Mr. President, we'll have to find the way. Let's get, or maybe one thing that I can say, Chair, there is a problem in the police of working of the local police on matters. Hence, most of the communities, they're making the call to say, we must exchange the police all the time because they get consumed on the local issues. So that was detected in that team that they've become some part of the problems. Hence, dismantle it, 8 of them kept, and then invite more others. But as they come, are not called by the ministers. The minister called their DGs. There was a list, there was a big meeting of DGs, and this DG brings this DG brings this. The South African Police DG, by the way, National Commissioner is a DG. The DG of the South African Police goes and he says to his people works with, develop here the note so that I can be able to sign. And then it's developed by the provincial commissioner and all other commissioners up to the deputy, who is Masimula and Sole, they sign. But it's not only them that they go there, they go back with six prosecutors that they work with them. It's not only them that they go there, they go with provincial and national head of correctional service so that they can implement what is supposed to happen in the court. They go there with the DG of justice so that they work on the special courts. So indeed, IMC would have said, DGs, do we have the job or not here? They say we don't have the job. And what is your recommendation? Is that dissolve the thing and then come to the interministerial, and then interministerial goes back to the president. As it went down, that's the same way that you'd have to come up or vice versa. But nobody, let me tell you, there is no minister of police there. There is a chair of the interministerial. You are there because you are a chair. There are ministerial things that are done by the minister alone, like the border in Mozambique. But this is interministerial. Interministerial, as you have seen these meetings, interministerial would say, you go and communicate. So nobody could have communicated having not mandated but the interministerial.
Okay. The ad hoc committee received evidence that at the heart of the decision for de-establishment is the fact that the PKT is now becoming expensive but less effective, which forms the center or the heart of driving towards the decision of de-establishment. Now, you are disputing that and making an example of two projects you think that are most expensive than the PKTT. You speak about Project Thunder, you speak about Project Lockdown and that. So are there still task teams or projects within the service that you are aware of that are still in existence and expensive more than what we're discussing now?
One of the most expensive is Operation Valumgodi. Operation Valumgodi, we put a lot of money on it. Well, the source, I did explain that it comes from Kara. But honorable member, I will not sit here and deny that there was question of money or cost that was in there. This is not the cost of the party or dancing. It's the cost dealing with the human lives. This committee is sent to investigate, stop and arrest those that have done that, and deal with unresolved cases, which means you go and stabilize. That is a mandate. Your measurement is that one councillor has died, so the area is stabilized. I'm saying until late, all councillors of Nongoma were sleeping at all political parties without fail, all, EFF, ANC, NFP, everyone, everybody. They were sleeping at some hotel somewhere in Richards Bay. They have come back now. I'm told that they've come back because of the arrest of Izinkabi and the people that have funded them, which means there is this resemblance of stability at Nongoma. But I say to you, the councillors at Teguin, I don't know other places, especially the ward councillors, are guarded. You know, one dangerous thing in the politics of councillors, honorable members, is to be a councillor on the safe ward of that particular part, because they know if they kill you, whoever kills you will come in. It's not much a problem with PR. The problem is with ward councillors. I'm saying big. The number, I don't know, but not less than 50. So you are not going to call me that is stability. You must go and remove those conditions that make those councillors to be guarded. And then you talk about stability. Because that's the second. The third one, we're going for elections. The history does tell us that local government election, there is a flare-up. Always a flare-up. You can see the statistics. You can go and look at the statistics. There's a flare-up. Then it cannot be going towards that and you say you remove. But the last point, please, use the path you came to go back. The path are those 3 steps that have happened. Deal with those paths and then reach your final stage.
You, in the 31st December 2024 letter, amongst the central reasons that which has led to a establishment of the PKTT is that the assessment made is that it's no longer adding value to the policing in South Africa. Now, as a person who presided over the affairs of the political killing system from 2018 to 2024, what value would you attach to the PKTT in respect to the crime-fighting efforts against political-related killings?
To start with, who did the assessment that it has no value?
The letter of the minister says it adds no value.
And the attachment, the annexure?
There is an annexure that speaks about dockets, some are in court, some there were convictions, the PKTT. But I'm talking about, these are 2 different periods in those. The period that led to the letter is from July 2024 to December 2024. So I'm talking about a person who has got a long spending with the PKTT from 2018 to 2024. Then, in your experience with having presided over the affairs of the PKTT, what value would you attach yourself to the work that the PKTT has done?
There is only one source that I know has a problem with PKTT. It's Aunt Mary. That's the only source I know.
Aunt Mary.
But if you ask me about...
So when you say Aunt Mary, you refer to Professor Mary Tihas?
Mary Tihas.
Okay.
When it comes to the PKTT, I don't have figures, honorable member, of the people that have been arrested. With the high-profile cases that we have lived with without being resolved. There is another myth to say they are pursuing cases that are not political. You see the world office in Kabi, hitmen, they go across the board. They don't only hit politicians alone. They are hired to kill on the taxi world. So if the PKTT finds a person that kills a politician at Nongoma, called Taminyembe as a councillor, and they realize that this Ntuli has killed other tax people, and there are 6, they will pursue that. They are not going to say, stop, don't check now, because the next people they shot is not a politician. They'll pursue, which helps that we are eating on the world of Izingabi coming from this angle of political violence. So without really going detailed and giving you statistics, those are there. Maybe we will invite the people to give you statistics. For me, it was one of the biggest good decisions that this team was formed. They did not let anybody down. They did the good job. And I believe that even they're taken to other places now, it comes out of their job. And this thing that I heard somebody in Mafeking coming at these Zulus, what are they doing, these Zulus here? Let me tell you one thing. South African police jurisdiction, because it looks like there is an issue with this going to Gauteng. South African police service jurisdiction is South Africa. It's not province. Jurisdiction is South Africa. The minister only signs when they leave the country. But when they move to the next province, that's the jurisdiction of the South African Police Service. If they do it in Gauteng, they're at home. If they do it in Galashiwa, they're at home. So for me, they cannot be accused for things that are not breaking the law. PKTT, nothing wrong if assessed, but I haven't seen any assessment. And people that have assessed and they said that is needed, they must go back and assess and give the report back to somebody who says, you go and fix it. Otherwise, for me, it's done the good job, and I guess their job is not done.
Thank you.
Honorable Sangwen.
Thank you, Chair. Now, I just want a question of clarity on the response that the General just gave. General, I understand you saying that the jurisdiction is South Africa, but when you are a provincial commissioner such as General Mkhwanazi, is there any authorization or anything that is required for you to go into different territory? There was, within another province, go to Gauteng. There was a testimony that was put here, I think it may have been by the minister, who seemed, I don't want to put words in his mouth, let's say perplexed, that, you would have law enforcement officers sent from KwaZulu-Natal to operate in Gauteng. I'm not talking about the G-Ops or whatever that thing is called, but is there anything wrong or any additional authorization that is required for General Mkhwanazi's officers to operate in another province such as Gauteng? Or they can just go because their jurisdiction is South Africa? Thanks.
I think at that level, the National Commission will have to know. But nothing legal that stops them going to do that. I have been in places where there are provincial commissioners visiting and doing the work and all that, awards and all. So, but national commissioner will have to have something to know about it. The other that people, they raise the problem is that those police that come from other places for operation, they must report it to the station commanders. Not always, because it could happen that a station commander is a problem. You report it to the station commander goes and tells these guys that, look, not today. So it will be fine if they jet in, they deal with that. What I would argue is that they can go then and report that we had operation here, because it's a fact. We have a lot of local police having a problem in working with wrongful people in that particular area. But the answer is no. There is no breaking law on that one, but follow procedures, report.
Okay. Now let's go to Beverly Hills. You meet Mr. Nhlanhla for the first time, which is after you are no longer the Minister of Police then. He requests you to help him mitigate what he says it's the infighting of SAPS generals that want to use him and drag him in between. But was it not your concern that you are also being dragged to it to mitigate a possible tension or conflict which arises from whatever it is within officials of SAPS, particularly given a background of allegations of you attempting to lead from the grave? Was it not concerning you?
Well, it is a concern that I'm drawn in. But more of my concern and what will really have made me feel bad all the time, should anything bad happens to Khumalo, when I knew that it could happen and it could be helped. So that was my main take here, that Khumalo could not have been allowed to go to the doctor.
Okay. The evidence received by ATO committee suggests that before December 2024, the minister would have indicated that he would have indicated the intentions of terminating Mr. Matala's contract with SAPS. Now, you met him in December 2024. Did he ever suggest that you must go and put a good word for him so that his contract is not terminated?
When did the minister make the suggestion?
It's before December 2024, because the preliminary report, the National Commissioner says they submitted in January 2025. So the intention communicated to the high officials of SAPS by the minister intending to terminate is way before December. So did he, so when you met Matala, this is what I'm trying to show you. When you met Mr. Matala
For the first time,
he already had problems of his contract facing some termination. So did he ever request you to put a good word for him so that his contract is not terminated?
No, it didn't. But I think it will have to be checked when that discussion took place. But there was nothing on the air about the termination when I met Matala for the first time in Durban.
Okay. So, when did you gain access to his penthouse?
And towards the end of January.
So you have known him for less than a month, or a month?
A month, yes.
Did it not concern you that someone, a stranger, offers you to live at his place freely? There is no relationship, there is no association, there is completely nothing. You only met once or twice, then there is this hospitality towards you, given these problems that he has presented before you, given your experience in the police service. Was there no concern that what might be at stakes here, that I'm given this hospitality by a stranger? Was a person you have known for a month. It's probably a stranger where you don't know much about that person. So did it not raise some discomfort and some concerns that you are really offered this hospitality by a stranger?
No, I took it. I took it. I'm not in government, so if I'm in Pretoria, I pay my money. There is a hotel that I spent. Years I'm in Pretoria and I'm not paying, and I took it. And if I were in government, I would have gone and declared, but I declare to nobody now.
Okay, that's fine. So your evidence is that General Shadrach Sibiya presided over a ploy to oust General Khumalo, to an extent of going to write himself, as General Sibiya, an affidavit on behalf of someone else to allege the involvement of General Khumalo in wrongdoing, which I think it has got its own legalities that as well. General Mkhwanazi came to the ad hoc committee and presented to us that the arrest of General Sibiya is a well-coordinated project to specifically stop investigations
The arrest of General who?
General Khumalo,
Okay.
to specifically stop investigations in Gauteng that are involving criminal syndicates and drug cartels. So would you say the actions by General Spear of going to an extent of ensuring that he himself writes the affidavit are actually part of what General Mkhwanazi calls a project to oust General Khumalo?
Well, my understanding of the problem of the PTK, or PKTT, comes from Professor. Yes. So the other one that comes with General Mkhwanazi and them is on the other side. I have no information of it, so I can't deny or agree on it. But it would be interesting to me why General Spear would want Khumalo out of the circulation. I'm even tempted sometimes to say maybe that end of cartels, Auntie Mary knows it. They link that I'll do it on the academic side and you do it on the criminal side. So sometimes I suspect, but I didn't have that evidence, except that in talking with Kat, did say that Sibia sometimes runs with the people that are doing drugs. So I was not taken aback when Mkhwanazi says so, but I did not have evidence that does happen.
Okay. You say in your witness statement, you did not even know that Mr. Nhlanhla has got a project in SAPS. And the project was signed and granted to Mr. Nhlanhla during your tenure as the minister. Now, General Mkhwanazi attested here, or testified here and said, a project that is of the value of 10 million and above, the minister must sign.
Osho Mkhwanazi?
Yes.
Which are blonde?
I don't know where does he get it, but that is the evidence that he adduced here in the ad hoc committee. So it would automatically, if correct, or it would automatically mean that if that's the case, then the minister was Mr. Begicele, who would have signed the contract, because the contract value starts from 10 million and above.
I'm unlucky of knowing both the worlds. I stayed in the police as a minister for 6 years. I never signed any contract. 6 years. I never signed any contract. I never knew that who runs the contract and all it. Even those contracts, for instance, one major problem I once faced in the police was the question of laboratories. When everything came to a standstill, I spent all my life going to laboratories with the National Commissioner, with those people who work there, and telling that these contracts, 16 of them that made the laboratories not to work, I would sign, but Commissioner, when are you signing this? And nothing comes to minister to sign. Maybe it's one statement that the Commission will withdraw, because no minister signs that.
Yeah, part of what becomes a responsibility of the ad hoc committee, based on the basis of being an ad hoc committee to investigate this, but beyond that, based on being a structure of parliament that is obligated to make laws. You are raising a lot of frustrations in your experience with SAPS with bail, which is in section 35 of the Constitution. And amongst of the responsibilities that we have here is to check if there are systematic gaps as a legislative arm of government that we can learn from in this process and make necessary amends. So are there any propositions the General wants to leave the ad hoc committee with in respect of Section 35, who grants every accused person bail? How do you think a legislative arm that is empowered to make laws must navigate through that to assist the police service to attend to bail-related issues?
Just to remind both of you that it's 5 minutes left.
No problem, Chair. But are there any propositions, General?
Chair, I'm told that the laws are there. I have heard of Section 6, Section 5, member Bregenberg is gone, but there are lawyers here. I'm told that with the schedule, is it 5 or 6, you can't repeat the same thing and be given the bail. So, can people implement the laws of the country that are there to stop the crime? And if it needs to be, enhance them, because I can assure you, with bail supplied like we are a Father Christmas, criminals, they go all the way to repeat exactly what they've been arrested for. And the police, there are police that are shot and killed by the people that are on bail. We bury them. So I would say if there is, but work with these laws maximally, but enhance them if you can to make sure that life is difficult for those that break the law.
Okay, thank you. The people of South Africa said, I must tell you that they have forgiven you for destroying their alcohol and for calling them a no-no. Thank you very much, Chair.
Can I get indication? Who is starting? Honorable Nomvalo.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening.
Chairperson, can I request that Honorable Nomvala is behind the head of Mkhwanazi, so I can't
obstructing.
I can't see him.
Yeah. Good evening, General.
It's up until 10 minutes past 7, your time expires.
Noted, Chair. Sabona, General.
Sawona, Honorable Member.
You have made, there's a statement that you have made today before this ad hoc committee, which left me with many concerns. You said that you made an assumption that there might be an attempt to arrest you because you do not support a particular perspective towards the National Conference of the ANC. You said there's an individual that you don't support for being a deputy president or the president of the ANC. Now, should we be worried, General, as citizens and as members of parliament, that state institutions are weaponized to circle political scores, and in particular towards ANC conferences? I'm not saying this because I'm offensive or I'm obsessed with the ANC, but you have mentioned the name of the ANC, hence I'm making a reference to it. Should we be worried that state institutions get weaponized to circle political scores towards ANC conferences?
Chairperson, I have no evidence that this person was talking the truth, but he did talk about it. But my worry would be why that statement from Pandey would be sent to this person. That gives some kind of weight that these things might happen. So if it is so that the state apparatus are utilized to settle political score, that is a danger that should be really dealt with and make sure that it's eradicated. It cannot be.
Yeah, maybe let me put it like this, General, because the fortunate part here is that I'm not talking to a person with no experience of how the justice cluster operates. We have massive experience. You've been a national commissioner, a minister, and so on and so forth. Do you have experience of state apparatus being misused to fight political battles? During your term, have you ever experienced that?
No,
We have never experienced.
no.
Now, what inspires an assumption that it can happen against you? From what angle are you drawing that inference? If it has never happened, if you have no experience of it.
Well, nothing inspires me except that it was said so. The question, is it truth or not? But the said, I'm going to arrest umngani wakho on this statement, and indeed this statement is sent to that person. So it comes from there. It does not come from there. So I'm not, nothing that inspires me to believe that way is because of the statement. Whether the statement is true or not, then is another case, but the statement is said to me.
So the ANC is going to its national conference, I think in 2026, right? 2027. So we should not have any concern that state institution, or there is a high possibility of weaponizing state institutions to settle political scores. So we must allay our fears. That is impossible based on the experience that you have.
No.
And you give that assurance
No,
to the committee.
the experiences are time bound. I'm not going to give you the assurance about the time that I won't be there. I can give you the assurance about the time that I've been there. So
Okay.
in future, I wouldn't say no. But previously, I would say it did not happen.
It has never happened.
I'm not sure about never, but it has not happened that I know of as I was there.
No, but you were in a position to see it if it happened, when it happened.
Not at all.
Because you were a minister, you were a national commissioner. So you can easily detect when such is prevalent.
I told you, I don't know if you were here, honorable members, that I was taped I was a national commissioner, what I was taped from December until March. I didn't know. It was illegally done until one member of the counterintelligence came to report that such thing happened. So I would not guarantee that I will know everything, including those that touch me, as I'm saying to you. I didn't know that I was taped by the people that I work with. So it's not guaranteed that I will know everything.
You have a meeting with Nhlanhla for the first time. You don't know him. He is introduced to you by this guy, and he tells you his problems. And he asks for your interventions. And you acted as per his request. Am I putting it correctly?
Yes.
Yeah. And then he tells you that they are trying to persuade him to lie under oath against Khumalo. As a national commissioner, you know that lying under oath is perjury. It's a criminal offense.
Yes.
You know, General. Now, it means this guy, Sibia, was attempting to commit a criminal offense. Am I correct? Had he succeeded in his attempts to influence Nhlanhla to lie about the jewelry that was stolen by the police, he would have committed an offense. In fact, both of them, because Nhlanhla would have signed the affidavit under the influence of Sibiya. So that will be perjury. And Sibiya succeeded.
If that is true, happened that way, I would concur, I would agree with you.
Don't you think, General, that you became irresponsible and reckless by making an intervention on a matter that required the police to act? Because my view, if you can ask me to advise you after getting that instruction or that request, I would say tell Nhlanhla to report the matter to the police so that the police can investigate. And indirectly, by your intervention, you helped Sibiya to escape, because had you allowed Sibiya to do whatever he wanted to do and trap him, maybe he will be behind bars today for trying to break the law. So you made a political intervention in a legal matter which required an investigation by the police. Don't you think you were a bit irresponsible and reckless?
Two things on my mind, and I've mentioned it before, honorable member, that I could not have allowed Khumalo to be made a scapegoat. Second thing, I did say to Nhlanhla must go and speak to Khumalo. You say I should have told him to go and speak to the police. I did tell him to go and speak to Khumalo. What I've said here, I don't know if they did speak, but I did tell him to go and speak to Khumalo. Khumalo is a police, by the way.
Yeah, no, I'm saying to report a matter. Remember, it involved Khumalo.
But Khumalo,
I'm saying, General, to advise him to report or to open a case so that the police can investigate. When you tell Khumalo, it involved him. So he couldn't open a case. To say, Nhlanhla, as a former minister of police and as a former national commissioner, I know the law. I think this is the best way we can approach it. Now, you invited your participation, unnecessarily so, by making political interventions in a matter that required the attention of the police. Today, if what you are saying is anything to go by, we are sitting with a person who has not been punished for attempting to commit a criminal offense, Sibiya. He has never accounted for what he attempted to do because of your political intervention that you did. What is your comment on that?
My comment is the same answer, that I did tell Nhlanhla to go and speak to Khumalo. Khumalo is a police. So Khumalo would advise, but I did advise. I didn't say that he must go and speak to the magistrate who. I said go and speak to Khumalo, who is the police. And Khumalo would have then synthesized what to do with that information. But my advice was speak to Khumalo, who happens to be a police, a very senior police.
Now, General, after having this meeting with Nhlanhla, the meeting was in December, right? Am I correct? The first meeting?
Yeah, was in December.
It was in December. Then in January, Nhlanhla offers accommodation to you. Between that meeting and January, were you communicating with Nhlanhla, either telephonically or physically? Have you ever met between the first meeting and the date on which you slept in his apartment?
Yes, we were communicating, but the communication was coming from Mabonga. These snapshots, or whatever shots, were coming to me from Mabonga, that this what has been sent either by the minister or Mkhwanazi. I guess most will come from Mkhwanazi. And that the one that will make me even communicate further is the one that I know of Pandey, where I realized that this thing is getting escalated to the level that I need to sit down and discuss it.
So during that period, you were talking about the same matter that he introduced
It would
to
be
you.
that matter and other matters. For instance, the other matter would have been the Spear and minister having to deal with somebody that has sent somebody to prison now is a good time. Somebody going to the KZN, those would be short snaps that would be sent. That is a communication. Which communication that needs to deal with Khumalo, especially Khumalo and Mkhwanazi. So the explanation and the discussion will be around understanding further on those matters.
So when you get there on the date where you were offered accommodation, who do you find there? Was Nhlanhla there in the apartment, or he sent somebody?
It was Mabonga.
It was on the date where you were given accommodation to sleep. So Nhlanhla gave an instruction telephonically that they should let you in, correct?
Telephonical to who?
No, I'm asking, General. I'm not making a statement. That is why I'm saying correct. I want you to correct me, to give me the correct version.
Now I want to know, he gave instruction to who? To me or to the hotel?
To the hotel.
No, I think he sent something, he wrote something.
To the hotel.
To the management, yes.
To the management.
Yeah.
So you didn't see what he wrote to them, the content of the
It
message.
was read here.
Yes.
He's the one that says,
He calls you,
he's my friend
he's
and
your-
the business partner, if we could give them the access.
Okay. So you sleep there, and then after sleeping, you slept for 2 days, right?
Yes.
And then you never met him. You left having not met him
On that particular day.
during that particular period.
No, we met because the issue was to speak about these new things, to expand on it. That's why I slept there, because we had a meeting to further explain about these shots that were sent to him.
Yeah. You said, General, the statement that you have made was suggestive of a person who is remorseful for
Person
having
who is
met, remorseful for having met Nhlanhla. You said you wish awuzange uhlangane naye. That's what you said. I think you have put it in Zulu. You said you wish awuzange uhlangane naye.
That comes late when I know who he is.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
but initially, when he has not been arrested, when he has all these things, a normal person, no, I don't regret the time. But it was information as we go on to say, it does look like I met a wrong person.
So you meet this person, General, for the first time. He gives you a delicate instruction which involves operations in the police. After that, he offers you accommodation. But still, you don't make a research of who this person is and what are his intentions. So you just...
What information, delicate information? The information is about me.
No, not about you, General. You said this person told you about many things, that he's being used, that there's influence, that he must write an affidavit and lie about Khumalo. That is delicate. That is sensitive.
No, that is first meeting.
Yes,
Remember, yes.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm saying you meet this person. He offers you accommodation. You don't make a
He
research of...
didn't offer me the accommodation.
Not on the
first.
same day, General. I'm saying on the next occasion. On the next occasion in January. You met for the first time in December. He offers you accommodation in January. Correct? I'm asking, you don't even bother to make a research of who this person is and what intentions does he has.
Research for what?
To know the person.
Because it's giving me the accommodation.
So it's enough for you, General, to
I'm
meet-
happy to get the accommodation.
So-
I'm in Pretoria, I'm not going to pay.
Yeah, General. I know it's easy to downplay it, but it's
I'm-
more complex. It's
I'm
more complex
abs-
than that. So for you, it's easy to meet up with a person for the first time. He discusses sensitive things with you. You don't know that person. You don't ask where he come from. You don't even bother to drill down his history and his standing in society. You just take instructions and implement them. Because where I'm worried the most here, General, that you are a police officer, even though you're retired. But the skill is still there of a police officer. Now, are you easily accessible like that? That you can just meet a person, take instructions, he offers you accommodation, still you don't bother to drill down the history of this person, their credibility in society, and their standing. Are you easily accessible like that?
Don't mix things. I meet this guy. It gives me information. My worry is Khumalo, so I work on that. But then continues to let me to know things that would be about Khumalo and about me this time. That warrants me knowing the meeting, knowing the issue of me getting involved. Then I go to Pretoria to talk especially about things that are said by me to be arrested. What is that? Can you explain? So I'm in Pretoria. Then I realize that is got the place, instead of paying and sleeping, I'm offered on this one. So I just do that. It has been the journey from December until January, end of January. I did not see this guy and went to sleep on that thing. And the information that given to me is information that I use to stop whatever could have to Khumalo, but it moved beyond Khumalo. It came to me to say, by the way, you are not spared yourself in this process.
Yeah, no, General, I think you are not, I'm saying exactly. The sequence of events that we have outlined is exactly what I was saying. And I said to you, where I get worried the most is when you take instructions from a stranger, being a former national commissioner, being a former minister of police, and implement those instructions, because you implemented the request of Nhlanhla. He asked you to intervene and you intervened. And you implemented the instructions of Nhlanhla without even verifying the credibility of Nhlanhla. You relied on a version of one person, of Nhlanhla. That is what I'm saying. Before we even go to January, where you went to his, when you went to his accommodation.
Chairperson, maybe I'm not understanding, I'm not making you understand well. The angle for me has got nothing to do with the comfort of Nhlanhla. The angle for me here is that Khumalo is in danger of being lured and made to go to court, not for genuine reason, but to make sure that they grind him and all. So there where I come from the angle of Khumalo. If Nhlanhla benefits for that, good luck for him. But I did not go there and work things on Nhlanhla. I went there, hence I spoke to Khumalo, and I spoke to Nhlanhla to speak to Khumalo, so that Khumalo is not put in this problem of going genuinely to court and only to find that it's going to court to be looted and taken on the other side. So my angle is a safety and protection of Khumalo, honorable member.
Yeah, but General, had Nhlanhla not approached you, you were not going to go to Khumalo. You went to Khumalo because Nhlanhla asked you to do so.
It didn't ask me to go to Khumalo. It told me about the issues that are going to happen. And then I say it will be better if speak to Khumalo and then this thing doesn't go to court, because it's not the question of going to court, it's a question of Khumalo being sold out.
Okay. When President Zuma was the president of South Africa, when you were the national commissioner, did you
Honorable Malema.
No, let me understand this. So, Mabonga calls you minister, and then you find Nhlanhla, and then Nhlanhla gives you information about Khumalo. Then you say to Nhlanhla, you have to talk to Khumalo about this information, which is potentially going to damage him or destroy him. Did you, out of that conversation, did you go and talk to Khumalo also, that I came across this kind
Yes,
of
I did
information?
speak to,
Where?
I did speak to Khumalo.
So you called a meeting and met Khumalo?
Khumalo and I, we met, two of us.
Yes.
Yes. And
Out of that information of Nhlanhla?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, I did.
Can I proceed, Chair? General, when President Zuma was the president of South Africa, you were the national commissioner, right? Did you have access to him, even outside your working hours?
Yes, I did.
Now, you are saying Balula and the former minister, Natim Tetwa, may his soul rest in peace, came to you to give you an instruction which you never agreed with, that you must get rid of Tau. And you did not implement that. You took Tau from one position to another.
Shabalala.
And they said, Shabalala, and they said to you, they are acting on President Zuma's instructions. Did you approach President Zuma about that? Did you tell him that Deputy Minister Mbalula and Minister Natim Tetwa have approached me? They are saying this is an instruction we have given them, and they are saying I must implement it. And these are my reservations about what you are saying, if you said it. Did
No,
you
I
make
did
that attempt?
No, I did not approach President Zuma. After I've been approached and told by the ministry, both the minister and the deputy, I really realized that it was serious, but I realized that it was wrong, could not be implemented.
Chair, I don't know if Honorable Skosana wants to speak. His hand is up. So, you acted on a hearsay because at the end of the day, you implemented the instruction, but not as is. You did something else. So you acted on a hearsay.
What is a hearsay?
A hearsay is being told that so and so said this
Told by who?
by the person who came to you.
Who is that person?
You say Mbalula came to you, Natim Tetwa came to you. They said
what is their position?
they are minister, deputy
Yes,
minister.
deputy minister. There is no hearsay from
No,
the minister and deputy.
but you will have to lower your temperature down, General.
Like yours too.
Yeah, no,
Yours
it's not up.
Both of us.
No,
we
no,
must-
it's
we
not
must lower
up.
it.
You'll have to lower it down. Anger is
If it
not
goes
going to
up,
help.
it goes up.
No.
If it goes down, it goes down.
Anger is not going to help any
General-
of us. Yeah.
General Cele, we welcome you here as our guest. Honorable Nomvalo, we have a duty to be hospitable to our guests. So what South Africans want to see between us and our guests is a conducive environment that helps us to resolve the problems that we have. At all times, let's try to avoid altercations between Parliament and the guests that we have invited here. If you can calm your nerves and continue, especially that you come from one province, show us the way. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. So, Minister, General, you acted on what you were told is an instruction by Mbalula and and Natim Tetwa. You acted on the basis that you were told that it's Zuma's instruction, and you never verified if indeed President Zuma said that.
It would be good if you give the titles to Mbalula and Mteto.
Yes, Minister Mbalula and Deputy Minister Mbalula and Minister Mtetwa.
Yes.
Yes.
Not just Mbalula or Mteto somewhere.
Yes, I've
It's-
corrected it.
Is a minister, Mteto, Minister of Police,
Yes.
and there's Deputy Minister of Police. They are speaking to the DG of the department that they are sent by the president. Well, for me, that will be enough to believe that those people can come with a hearsay, both of them at the same time. So indeed, as my ministers, and I'm their DG, I had to listen to that.
Okay. If I can summarize to you the reasons for the decision of the minister, the suspended Minister of Police, Minister Senzo Mchunu, for disbanding the political killings task team. The first reason is that A, he had constitutional powers to do so. That is his version. B, he had budgetary concerns. C, he received a number of complaints from members of the public. D, which is the last one, there was a work study which introduced a new organogram, which was signed by the commissioner, by the national commissioner, this year in May. Now, let's go to the third concern of of complaints from members of the public. During your time as a minister, did you ever receive any complaint from members of the public?
Yes.
Can you disclose the nature of complaints? Can I give you one of the complaints that he highlighted before this committee? He highlighted two complaints. The one has been deliberated on. A complaint from Mary Haas and a complaint from Patricia Mashale. Now, for Patricia Mashale, he attached Facebook post by Patricia Mashale, in which Patricia Mashale was making accusations about the abuse of money in the secret account of crime intelligence. He was accusing many people, accusing Kumalo, General Kumalo, accusing General Masemula. Did you ever receive a complaint of that nature?
No, I have not. But if I had, I would take that information to the IGI for verification. I would not just take it from the Facebook. To start with, Marshall has got nothing to do in understanding and knowing the things of, is doing a criminal activity herself. That he gets that information. But from my side, I would have gone to the IGI rather than taken that from the face value, and there's been the IGI here. On other matters you have raised, Honorable Member, you raised that it was within his constitution. I'm not a constitutional lawyer.
No, I'm sorry for interjecting you. I want us to deal with one reason, and then we'll go to the other when we're done with this one. Can you share the nature of complaints that you received? Because you said you also received some complaints.
But Chair, the Honorable Member raises 4 points, but he wants me to deal with one, when he raised them simultaneously. Can he raise them one and I respond one? If he raises 4, I'll respond to 4. Simple.
Yes, General. No,
Yes.
we will go to others, don't worry. For now, we're dealing with complaints from the members of the public. I want us to deal with that aspect adequately. Then from that one, we'll go to others. I'm not going to deny you an opportunity to give an explanation. With regards to complaints from members of the public, did you ever receive, can you share the nature? because I want to identify if there are any similarities between the complaints that he received and the complaints that you received.
Okay, I'll do that. But Chair, that was not the first point. The first point is that it was within his constitution. So I don't know whether to start where you started or I start second.
Chair, may you assist me? I'm saying to the General, I was making a summary of the grounds for the minister to disband. And then I made a request to him that let's first deal with one aspect of the grounds of the minister. We will go to others. We will go to the constitutionality, to the work study. But I want us to finish this one first, then we move to others, General. We will go to the constitutionality, don't worry. Can I repeat the question?
No.
Or you got it?
I heard it very well.
Okay.
I have received the complaints from the members of the community. One was that the police have not acted as the case has been reported to them. They can see that a person that has committed the crime is still roaming around. So they would phone and say, police are not arresting the particular person that is suspected to be. That is one of the complaints which have received from the members of public.
Okay. Then let's move to another one. We will attend to all of them, General. Another one is that there was a work study which was established in 2019, if my memory serves me well, and later signed by General Masop Semula in 2025, this year, May. Now, this is the logic of the minister. The minister says, the work study made the PKTT to cease to exist because of its scope of framework. It had a unit which was a permanent structure which was dealing with murder and robbery. So that unit, by its nature and design, nullified the PKTT because had they coexisted, there was going to be a duplication of responsibilities and tasks. Does that make sense to you? I'm asking based on your experience, and I think you can enlighten us more.
You say that is logic. That is illogical logic. Not a logic. Task teams are done outside the structure. Task team, honorable member, are done outside the structure. They are issue-based. And usually they are directed by two things. They are directed by time frame and the accomplishment of that particular thing that has happened. There are many, I don't have long list of task teams. I can mention few I remember. One of them is this one that we talk about, the famous one. The other one is a taxi violence task team. I'm sure you've heard of it. The other one will be task team deal with nicotines. There's task team dealing with illegal mines. So it will be good for the minister to explain why only this one. If there is a long list, why all these are not put under the structure? Structure that is created all the time, all the history. Created when there is an issue to be dealt with, finish it and go home, based on two things, time and accomplishment. So I would say this logic is illogical.
Okay. Let's move to a third reason. The minister said he had budgetary concerns. did you share the same sentiments when you were still there as a minister? Did you ever have any budgetary concern regarding the finances of the PKTT?
No doubt that the budgetary concerns were not there. They are always there, with other several task teams and projects. I have said here, the most expensive one is Operation Valumkot. Police alone on that one were budgeted 1.2 billion. That money came from Kara. I've explained what Kara is. The other one is Operation Umkot Wemvubu, up there. The other one is this one. The other one is the Western Cape one, Operation Thunder, which ended up as an Operation Lockdown. So they are all expensive, and indeed it would have helped if there is any cheaper way. But they are also measured with life and loss of life. Their mission is to stop people dying and create the stability. Indeed, they pay money for that. At no time, personally, I hope you'll support me on that, that will begin to measure the cost vis-a-vis the loss of life.
Okay, now let's move to the last one, General, the one that you have been yearning for, of the Constitution. But I want to put it this way, General. In your view, is establishing and disbanding a task team a policing policy issue or an operational issue, in your understanding? I'm trying to simplify it, General, so that you don't accuse me of asking you questions which require a response of an expert. In your understanding, based on the experience that you have.
Is the same question or same roundup on the constitutional matter?
It's a same question, but put in a different way.
Okay. Can I ask the portion of constitution?
Yes, you can.
Well, I'm not a constitutional court, so
Yeah.
I would not know if the matter is constitutional or not constitutional. That needs to be tested, and there are mechanisms of testing that. It can't just be me, and I guess it can't just be you to say is your constitutional, unless you are advised, legal and constitutional, so to say, here is an advice in my hand. It would have been good for the minister to say, I disband it because I've been constitutionally advised, and here is a constitutional advice from me. So I would not argue things that I do not know, and most of us, we don't know, including the minister on the constitutionality of the matter.
Honorable Sangone.
Sorry, Chair, I just wanted to get your attention, but maybe when the General finishes, I just wanted to get clarity on that.
The second one, Honorable Member, if this is a policy matter, this is a matter called by the President to the ministers. And the ministers call on their operators, which are DGs and all that. So it's both. So if anybody needs to take decision about it, he needs to walk all the path of both policy and operations, since it was taken that way. I have said the way that we have come down, let's use it to go up. It cannot be that is taken by president to ministers, to DGs, to the team. And when the team goes, you just go to one place and you say, here it is. That would be wrong. What I would not argue here, I would not say is illegal or unlawful. Those that are better placed to say so, they will. But for me, it's unprocedural and wrong.
Okay, when the when the PKTT was established, oh, okay, no, you can come in.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, you can rule me out of order because maybe I'm not seeking clarity. I'm saying you rule me out of order if I am, because now that I think about it, maybe I'm not seeking clarity, I'm following up. But I was going to ask on the question that Honorable Nomvalo asked about policy versus operational matters. The General went to a great deal of length to explain why the minister should have consulted IMC or JCPS cluster. Now, if he were minister, would he, if he wanted to close the PKTT, could he have, by consulting IMC and JCPS, or even seeking permission for the president, does he think it would have been in his authority to do that? Thanks, Chair.
General, what steps would you have followed if you wanted to dissolve the PKTT?
Let me start with the contradiction. If I'm not mistaken, the statement has been made that since 2022 there was no interministerial. I think I've heard that. If there is no interministerial, then there is no chair. What authority do you have to dismantle things that don't exist as you argue? That's the first one. But on this one, this structure is not done by one department, which you are member of it. Basically, there were 4 core departments. Others would come. I remember that Home Affairs would come, attend, and all that kind of stuff. But there were 4 that were core. That was Justice, which was together with the Correctional Service. I know now they are splitted, which means now we would call both Justice and Correctional Service. Secondly was Defense. Then was the State Security. For me, if it's not clear, unless you say there is a legal advice that has been given to you that there is no interministerial. If it is not, I'm sure it will be a respect to go to the colleagues to say there is this thing. I'm not sure what next to do. I'm part of you. I'm one of you. I'm not the. I'm not the. I'm one of you. This interministerial, there is the Minister of Justice, there is Minister of Defense, there is Minister of State Security. Invite them. And they say, look, we don't know what to do about this matter. Maybe a person, if you all don't know, some would say we continue as it happened. I did say, Honorable Member, there was precedence that 2018, this thing came 2018, after election 2018, the idea of the interministerial. Let's ask that person, it happens to be a president. Maybe even you go to the president, can we put this matter of disbandment to the structure that we know exists with the JCPS cluster, where all these ministers, they sit on it. So some kind of consultation, some kind of walking the path should have happened, Honorable Chair. Should have.
Can I proceed, Chair? Okay. Now, there is a task team, General, that was established in terms of the evidence that has been adduced here, which was established before the 2018 task team. Do you have knowledge of that task team? Which was in existence before the one that was produced and that the one that was established by the IMC?
Which IMC?
The Interministerial Committee.
No, there was no task team established by interministerial.
No.
It was established by the provincial commissioner.
Yes, that's what I'm saying, General. Okay. My question is, the 2018 task team was established by the IMC. Before that one, there was a task team that was in existence. I don't know who established it. Now, the evidence that was put before us is that that task team was dismantled because it was not functional. It was not efficient. It was not producing any tangible results. The result of which they established this new task team, which is multidisciplinary in its formation, which consisted of all the stakeholders that we have mentioned. Now, what criteria was used to identify police officers in this new, the 2018 task team?
You say this was dismantled. Let me add, after it has been met by the IMC, it was not dismantled telephonically or through the letter. It was met and discussed and assessed, and everybody agreed that it has produced zero work. I think you see that difference, Honorable Member, of meeting by the IMC now. And the IMC, we need to change the lane here. One thing that was identified in the meeting, because we had information out of the meeting, was that there were many members of the task team, which happened to be the police alone. It was not multidisciplinary. There were many members that were consumed on the violence that was going on. Therefore, the problem was not going to be resolved. So those members had to be taken out and bring the members coming from the different provinces that have no roots and understanding of the people that were there. That was criteria, because the major problem was that those members were themselves involved. Hence, at the later stage, quite several of the members there were arrested because they were part of problem.
Okay.
But that information derived from the meeting rather than writing the letter. IMC could have written the letter to say we're dismantling you, but did not do so. It went there, met those people and discussed.
So is there any founding document that was establishing this task team, which was giving guidance on how it must operate, or it was a resolution that was made followed by a media statement? Is there any founding document?
Interministerial called their departments, and then their departments had to send their people. The police have to send their persons. From the side of the police, yes, there is a document establishing that, Honorable Member.
Okay.
There is a note establishing it.
Okay. Now, the NPA was accounting where? Was accounting to the NPA
No,
for the work of the PKTT.
was accounting to interministerial.
Okay.
They could account separately, but procedurally they had, because their minister was sitting in the interministerial. All those departments, there was this team of DGs, Honorable Member, that were there, who would then come, and then the ministers come and listen to them as they account. I would not deny that maybe the prosecutors might have briefed the head of or DG. I would not. But framework was that they report to the interministerial.
Okay, so in the media statement that you made on the, let me see, on the 3rd of August 2018, you made these remarks, open quote, as a way of progress, we have taken a decision to change the members of the task team that were responsible for the investigations into the killings. The new project team has 118 new members plus 8 members from the previous task team. So you took 8 from the previous one. And why did you take them? They were more efficient than others. Is that a correct assumption?
After the discussion, that's what we discovered. After the discussion, I hope the discussion really helped.
Yeah. Now, there are cases which were withdrawn, General. There are cases, I remember at some point, the case of Makaka, the arrests which were made in in 2017, if my memory serves me well, between 2017 and 2018. Now, General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi made an averment here that in the previous task team, they identified some elements of criminality. Ipso facto, they decided to establish this new one. Now, was there any collaboration in terms of the assessment that you made between the police officers and the NPA members, the prosecutors, which led to the withdrawal of cases in court? You would remember how the first arrest happened in Cindy Somagaqa case. The accused were arrested. I think they spent about a week or 2 weeks in jail in Pietermaritzburg. Later charges were withdrawn. Was that as a consequence of an unethical collaboration between the police and the prosecution? Or it was just a genuine withdrawal, there was no sufficient evidence?
I have no authority to say it was so, but they might have suspicions of other things, like the prosecutors and magistrates. Remember, this team was it was given 4 months, and it would be extended maybe another 3 months. What was key and happening is that the case will be open, honorable member, and postponed and adjourned to the immediate after the expiry of the term of the team, which means if it expires, would have gone to ordinary kind of investigation that was there. So that kind of thing, it did tell us that there's some collaboration here. There are some methodologies, some methods that are used to tire this team, because we know that after 3 months is going. So it will be 2 days after the team is expected to go that then you can come to court. On that score then, that's, by the way, another thing that informed the decision of the DGs to say we're not going to give the timeline now of when it ends, so that they deal with the matters that are there. But also it was raised with the leadership of the NPA that we suspect that there is a problem in terms of prosecutors and the magistrate. Evidence on that, I don't. But evidence, the thing that I can put on the table is that there is that timing of this team postponement and coming to it. So what happened to those suspects you talk about? One of them, I think, is dead. May his soul rest in peace too. Was withdrawn, but most of us were very much happy. We're very much unhappy about that withdrawal. So when then you are briefed is that there is insufficient information. When the information is sufficient, it will be reinstated. So you can't do anything about that.
Okay. So my assumption is that you decided to establish a new modus operandi, this multidisciplinary approach, because you wanted all the components of the value chain of the justice cluster to be involved, so that there will be no complaint. There's a general complaint by the police that we arrest people and they get bail on the following day. You have also made a mention of that. So you brought all these role players together so that there can be a link and a proper handover to say police who are here, prosecution who are here, the prosecutor will account for progress, judges are here, and so on and so forth. So did that kind of arrangement make any significant impact or any significant progress as compared to the previous one, the previous arrangement?
Huge impact, huge. very big. Maybe when you see the statistics and what happened, it was not just big, it was huge.
Okay. Now, General, do you have a friend in a taxi industry? A friend or friends?
In the taxi industry,
Yes.
a friend.
Yeah.
I don't have friends.
So you don't have a friend who is a taxi boss?
No.
Do you have people that you speak with at a personal level in a taxi industry?
What do you mean personal level? Hey, how are you?
I mean people that you don't speak about business or work.
No, in the taxi industry, most people that I speak, it comes from their business, especially on violence. And there are quite several people that I would speak to them in terms of trying to resolve problems. One of them would be Mandla Kaba, one of them would be Mswazi, one of them would be Ujo. I've recently spoken to Ujo, and there will be others. And by the way, it's not new. The many of them that I've spoken to them, but it will be more on relation to the work they do.
Okay, so was this PKTT, because I'm trying to establish here whether a narrative that was put out there that the PKTT was no longer effective to the root cause of political killings in KZN. And can I share you a perspective? I had also put the same perspective to General Masemula. That my observation, General, is that because of a decline of a profit margin in a taxi industry, the former taxi bosses have crossed the floor. They have crossed from taxi businesses to tenders. And their anchors in a tendering system are councillors or are politicians. Now, to safeguard their interests, they make sure that their people are always in power because it's their people who give jobs to them. And they do anything in their power, including using the same modus operandi that they used while they were at the helm of a taxi industry. They use the same modus operandi of eliminating people who appear to be a stumbling block to their business interests. So I think largely that is what contributes to a scourge of political killings. Do you agree with that? Do you agree with my perspective?
No, I don't.
Are you willing to go further, General, or I must go to another?
Well, the question is, do I agree? I say I don't.
Okay. Do you have any perspective which opposes mine?
Chairperson, the taxi industry problem is old. It's very old. I would suspect that it might be older than you, Honorable Member. I don't know how old, but to me, we don't look that old. Especially under the special dispensation. I think there was much. This perspective, if you come, does not come from now, if it is there. There was an industry that was not regulated from the very word go. I don't know where were you when taxis were valiants. Do you know the car called a Valiant? Yeah, okay. Honorable Skosana would know that one. So there where they started with I'm a Valiant, I'm a four-seater and all that kind of thing. So unregulated. So it was an easy kind of business where mostly black people could come because others, there were no opportunities. And indeed, it was allowed to go unregulated and then became the survivor of the fittest some time ago, not now, some time ago. By the way, there have been commissions after commissions working on this industry. What is a problem on it? But at the later stage, there was the entrance of big criminality on it. One of it, people that have stolen the money, special cash heist, they came in this industry, honorable member. Some of them, they came here because it's easy to wash your money. You work with cash and every day. In the early years, I think 96, I remember Ndebele was an MSc for transport. We tried to work on the program called recapitalization. That recap, you had 6 forms to sign. 2 of them was blue and yellow. I can't remember which was yellow. But the other one was say, write your criminal records. And the other one will say, write your SARS history. And those, as they fill those forms, the filling will end there. They would not come on it because they wanted to continue with cash, and the cash helps to money laundering, clean, and all that. So those elements, they came on it. So indeed, I would half agree with you that there have been floor crossing to tenders with some of them. But what we would not agree is that this criminality entering this industry is new. It has been evolving. Taxi, cash heist, robberies, tenders, politicians coming on. It has been evolving all the time.
At the center of these political killings is a fight for tenders. Is that correct? At the center. People are not necessarily fighting to be councillors, but they are fighting for tenders. Is that a correct narrative? That's
a big statement. I'll have to be given that information. I don't have that information. I don't have that information that people die for tenders. In KZN, political killings come from very far, come as en masse, where it would be political, though the political issue was a front, it was a system that was killing people. There were no tenders there. There were no tenders. When people were dying in numbers, at 1 year, honorable member, there are 52 weeks in the year. 52 weeks. I spent 47 weeks burying people dying in numbers. So, absolutely, that was even before the election, so there were no tenders. It could have been evolved, and then you say it will be tenders. But the matter, the matter of Shoba and the people that were killed on the Christmas day, there were no tenders for that. They were not killed for tenders.
Okay, not that. Thanks, Makai. I think this is my second last question. General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi said when he appeared before this committee that he thinks General Khumalo has been a target for a very long time in the SAPS. At some point, there was an attempt to assassinate him in an airport, and there was an attempt to unfairly link him with a murder of Sindiso Makaka. Do you agree with those sentiments?
That he has been a target?
Yes.
I agree.
Now, I made a follow-up to that question that is he in possession of evidence which suggests that he has never been involved in a matter of Sindiso Makaka? And he said yes. And I know that during your time as a minister, they were also accounting to you for progress that they've made in some cases. And the case of Sindiso Makaka was one of the most popular cases.
I don't have that information.
You don't have that information. Thank you very much. The chair has indicated that I'm running out of time. Thank you, Chair.
You know, Magacha was a good friend of mine.
And they refused you going to the funeral.
They refused me to bury him, but I pay for school fees of his children now.
That's good of you. I was at the funeral, though I was not in government then.
It is his time.
Thank you, Chair. Baba Ndosi.
Yebo.
Ngiyaphila Nkosi yami.
Siyaphila lo ngenhloniphekile lo.
Siyaphila.
Leshamthetho sikazwelonke.
Asithembe baba, asithembe. Nkosi yami, ngicela ukubuza la. Ekuqaleni kwethemu yakho obuminister suke ugcine until ekugcineni. Did you know of any of the allegations lezi ezikhulunywayo ngoGeneral uSibiya zokuthi eGauteng wayethenge equipment engekho emthethweni to nanokuthi uMr Herman Mashaba we-Action SA bafihla information from ulokhunja from former public protector mayelana necompetence yakhe ukuthi akayiphasile base bemqasha?
I knew a problem about the equipment, the gadget. The competence and all that I had from you for the very first time. And I was surprised. I didn't know about that. But I did know that there were problems about the question of gadget.
Okay, kukhona wakwenza mhlambe kulelo banga lelo mphathi.
Khona engakwenza.
Yeah, kulento ema gadget. Mhlambe wakhuza wathetha wenza.
Ngingenaphi lapha. This is municipality. I'm a minister of police.
Wambuza kodwa.
Uba.
Yena mhlambe uSibiya mhlambe kwalithola ithuba lokuthi umbize.
Was not a police. Usibiya was not a police.
Angithi ngibuza ngoba mhlambe masesebenza endaweni ephethwe wena mhlambe kumbuza indoda nje bososebenza la kumina kunecala elithi ngapha kwenzakalana.
I could not have asked him because 3 institutions had already declared him, and I've mentioned those institutions. But when this was raised there, I was a minister of police, not a mayor. I'm sure the mayor could have done better to ask him.
Okay, no ngiyabonga kakhulu baba. Kule ndaba le 360 million tender yakaKhet. Ngiyazi ukuthi awungeni mhlawumbe endabeni yokuthi alithole itender. And ngiyayazi procedure yokuthi tender lihamba kanjani ukuze litholwe. But I just want to know ukuthi wena as a minister, because it's alleged ukuthi politicians, specifically ministers, have influence. Did you have any influence ukuthi alithole leli tender mhlawumbe uKhet Matlala?
I didn't know anything about the tender, let alone influence. I could not have influenced the tender that I didn't know about.
Ubudlelwano bakho no General Khumalo bunjani boma babunjani?
Muphi uKhumalo?
Khumalo loboshwe.
Uno General Jabulani, uno Dumsani. Muphi.
uDumsani
No.
Head of Intelligence.
Ubudlelwano bami is good. Okay, wa good.
Buke balimala phambilini?
Lutho.
Gazi.
Lutho.
Nalo omunye uJabulani? Jabulani Khumalo ngoba usomfakile ngisale ngikubuza.
Okay. I'm not very close to Jabulani like Khumalo. Khumalo work quite closely. The Jabulani SP, Utumsan, we have worked very close, especially what put us together are these things of political killings. He has been a special task force, Jabulani, so he's more on the operation out there. But that we are enemies or I hate him, it will be a ridiculous statement to say. No.
Ngikubuza ngoba ngifuna ukunderstanda la mphathi ukuthi lokukhubhana kwalabo general lephezulu ngokwakho ucabanga kubangelwa yini kwasuswa yini futhi makuthi khona ozophumelela between these two parties uyowina ini yini lelwelwayo lapho ngokubuka kwakho usewumphathi as a minister
Babengahubhani ngisekhona. Bahubhane manje sengihambile.
manje sohambile
Baze bahubhane ngikhona nawe kwaZuso.
ngokwakho ukwazi yini inkinga mphathi
Ngeke ngazi ngoba ngikho.
lutho
Lutho.
asibeke phansi kahle kodwa ngijabule kahle ngiyabonga
No,
Minister.
but kunjalo angikho so ngizokwazi kanjani.
angifuni
Ngaphandle
ukuxabanisa
kokuthi
nawe
ngiya-interfere
ngibiza
ngisho
ngenunu
amangazi.
manje ngithi angibaleke lapho Minister uformer minister Mkhunu ukhulume ngendaba yokuthi ungihlolile kahle kahle enkulumeni ye recording ye voice recording I just want to know from you as a minister because ngibonile mawuqala ukukhuluma ukuthi cha indoda eqotho uyibeka nje into enjalo pertaining ukurecordwa komuntu efonini ungamtshelanga noma ungayitholanga permission what's your take on that is it
That
correct
is-
makathi
that is illegal.
kumele ube khona kwesithathu
That is illegal.
as a minister is it a criminal offense to do that if uyenza uyi-minister
Well-
the question is that
You see, you phone the bank or they phone you, they say, we must warn you. You could simply say, I'm dropping it now. Or any other people, they would say, I would warn you. This one, I thought it's illegal that I speak to you and you're taping me. Whether it's a criminal offense or whatever kind of it, I can't tell. The learned friends can tell on that one. But I would suspect that is, maybe saying is illegal is a strong term, but I don't think it's permitted that you can tape me without my consent.
njengomunye wayephethe amaphoyisa in the minister's position cela ukubuza as a citizen ubaba uMchunu ufike la wathi ke yena uyena onikeze according to me uthe instruction yokuthi abomrecorder Mkhwanazi uMr Mchunu uMr Nkabinde but ugcine sethi ke kube umbono wakhe do you think as a minister unikeze umbono o illegal noma u exempted from ukuthi wenze iphutha
So I don't think it's a correct thing to tape somebody that is not. I'm trying to avoid using legal teams or legal, no unlawful and all that. I don't belong there. But I would say I see nothing right about it. I guess it is wrong. If then the wrong thing, you can't come here and boast that you have stolen, but it's me who gave you you the instruction to go and steal. So you would have told me that, but especially for understanding. By the way, Nkabinde is a cop. He's a police, Nkabinde. So he cannot be given by a civilian an instruction when he's a police himself and has worked as a police and worked in the IPIT and all that kind of stuff. He cannot. The Constitution and legislative is very clear that you can't take the wrong instruction. Even the Constitution says so.
Ngiyabonga baba. Were you aware of the alleged unethical relationship between the former IPID head Robert McBride and Paul O'Sullivan?
Well, yes, I have heard Uti, they are quite close by Zwana, but I don't have the evidence how far does it take and all, but I've heard so that by Zwana, even M17, I was told with Basizan.
Njengoba usuthi ke uNkabinde beyiphoyisa kuchaza ukuthi uyamazi umbuzo wami ozoba ukuthi did you know uNkabinde lo server as the chief of staff manje but on record do you know him Just for the record.
Yes, I do.
You do. Do you know why yekela kwa IPID?
I don't know why, but it looks like was a clash between him and one of the seniors. I can't remember who that senior was, but looks like there was a clash. I don't think it was was a voluntary kind of resignation, but it looks like there was some clash with the senior people, which I really can't remember very, very well.
In paragraph 2 of Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi's statement, he claims that information he presented before the ad hoc committee was based on personal knowledge, relevant document, and discussion with informed officials. But we've been informed that the error occurred and he'll be writing a senior statement on that matter. So I wanted to ask a question on it, but the question is it true that Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi stopped communicating with you after you persuaded him, after you persuaded him to ask General Khumalo to resign from SAPS?
It's not true.
It's not true. What can I know?
I think I spoke in June, and he sent me a message in July. So sending a message, I would guess, is a communication.
So, awukaze umcela ukuthi aphushele uKhumalo ukuthi mhlamba resign SAPS.
No, I did speak to him about Khumalo coming to work in Gauteng. We did speak about that.
Okay, ngiyabonga. Bengifuna nje ukudlulisa lapho. Ngithathe enkulumeni yakho ukuthi lento yamahearsay awuyithandi. So ngifuna siyibuke la. Do you know ukuthi who funded the ANC with CR17 campaign?
No, I don't know.
You don't know. You said MK ufandwe uLiebenberg or ufande uBab Zuma. And I think the MK party would maybe write and talk to that matter if they wish to do so, or even uBab Zuma. So if you don't know ama funders were CR17 documents that were sealed, what intelligence did you use to get the information ye MK found uLiebenberg?
It was a public information.
Ibingasilwanga.
No, it was a public information that Liebenberg himself did say he has helped Umsholos to pay 500,000 for him, for his case to be enrolled.
Uke confirm mhlambe?
Yes, I have confirmed it.
How did you confirm leyo mali leyo?
Because it was in the court papers, and then the matter was then enrolled.
Wena ezubabcele uyayiconfirma leyo mali unabo ubufakazi bokuthi hayi wayithola ngempela le mali?
Ayike uLiebenberg, having said that publicly, that is information. I might be lying if he lies, but if he speaks the truth, I'm speaking the truth.
Okay, uthathi here and say wayichupha.
No, I go on here say.
Uyizwe ngayo.
It's from the horse's mouth.
Thank you, babcele. uLiebenberg lo khuluma ngayo uyena lo wanikeza unkosikazi kaBaba uPaul Mashatile iring ediamond.
Yes.
Uyena loyo.
Not a ring.
Diamond.
A piece of diamond.
Uyena yena loyo.
Yes.
Okay. It's very
so,
clear.
Impela uyena.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu ngifuna nje sidlule lapho. uMatlala ukhethe njengoba usuvumile ukuthi uyamazi.
Angaze ngiphike futhi.
Ngiyabongisa baba wazi amadoda amakhulu. You said uMatlala wanted to fund the president yakababa uMchunu. Siyavumelana.
What did I say?
You said uMatlala wanted to fund the presidency yakababa uMchunu.
Matlala told me that he was requested to fund. That he wanted, I'm not sure. But that he was told, I'm told.
You are told. Ngizahamba kule ama hearsay ne. Lama hearsay ongawathandi.
No,
Siselapha.
it's not a hearsay. It's a horse's mouth.
Sho njalo.
Yeah.
Okay. So do you think kunawo umthelela lokuthi itender kaMatlala icisho ize ivalwe lokuthi mhlawumbe akafunanga ukufanda ubaba uMchunu?
That will be hearsay. And I don't want to get in the hearsay. I've never heard it. It will be said by me, and when I will be hearing a hearsay from me. I have no information either told or read anywhere that is the case. So I really don't know about that.
Kule horse's mouth yaka Liebenberg. Yemali ekhokhiwe ku MK. Yayisikhona yini MK makugena le mali okhuluma ngayo?
That's why my statement is stroke, either Msholozi or MK. So if it is not MK, Msholozi.
Oh. Sengiphelele isikhathi kanjalo. So lento ekhulumayo.
But can I add on that?
Please ba. Mhlambe usa add ungichazisela ukuthi ushongo ukuthi mhlambe yangena nini or uyayicabangela nje uyifaka nje ngoba mele ingenile.
Ayangena.
Yangena.
Sungacheka wena ukuthi.
Sengisho lenkulumo yangena nini?
Manje
Imali baba. Before MK bakhona or after MK bekhona angibuzela ukuthi ingene kuZuma or MK sengibuza ukuthi isiphi isikhathi salento oyikhulumayo othi awuyizwanga endleleni awuyidobhanga ndawo uyizwe kuye ngithi usasikhumbula mhlawumbe isikhathi oyizwe kuye lo muntu eyikhuluma ukuthi kunini
ngisikhumbula kahle isikhathi but I would not remember whether it was before or after MK, but I could say that there would be really clips and videos where MK is on the platform supporting in court, supporting.
Abanguthi siyeke mphathi ngoba sikhuluma into
siyekela
ayikho awunasho
no that one is sure
ngani baba ngesikhathi
ukuthi when
your time has unfortunately come to an end.
How much time did I have, Chair? Bathe no 20 minutes, right? Usho wena, Chair. So that means our 20 minutes, Changit. So our 20 minutes I pay manje. What apelang teleli, Chair?
We must not argue about the allocation. We must not argue about the allocation of time.
No, Chair. Athi mhlambe nguhloniphe ngivale, Chair.
We allocate 1 hour 20 minutes for a full member and an alternate. 1 hour for the member, 20 minutes for the alternate. It has been that with Honorable Nhlanhla and Honorable Sokanyile. They finished 3 minutes before their time. You benefited from that. It's now after 10 minutes past 9. I mean past 7.
Unenkinga la, Chair. Uyaziva ukuthi uthini?
Honorable members who are coming back at 8 o'clock who are breaking immediately. Advocate Zikalar, the senior counsel has requested to be released, and he said yourself and Advocate Mkhwanazi are here. I have given him that permission to leave due to pressing commitments that he must attend to. Honorable members were taking 1 hour 20 minutes until 9:20 with the DA, and then after the DA is the IFP and Honorable James, 1 hour 20 minutes. Your time starts now, Honorable Cameron and Honorable Thopper.
Can I be released, Chair? I'm asking permission to be released.
I have spoken to you, and you and I have agreed that you want to go back home tomorrow. And so I want to help you to go home tomorrow on time. Honorable,
You said, Honorable James, how many? 1 hour?
no, Honorable James and Honorable Mwango, they will spend 1 hour 20 minutes.
All together?
Yes,
Oh.
that's how we do it.
Thank you.
Yeah. Honorable Cameron.
Thank you, Chair. Former Minister, I heard you said, can you be released? But no one's told anyone to shut up tonight. So we're all in good company. No, Mr. Tele, thank you for your patience today. I was saying to one of the journalists outside that from almost all the people that have spoken tonight or throughout this ad hoc committee, you've been very forthcoming with answers. There was no shying away from things, so I must applaud you for that. I have a few questions of clarity in between, but here and there are some new ones that will also come in. The first one that I would like to ask you is that in your statement, you characterize most of the allegations that have been made against you as being politically motivated. It feels to be a standard defense whenever allegations involve your conduct, and I don't say that in a sarcastic way. Everyone is welcome. I don't say that in a sarcastic way, but it does seem throughout this ad hoc committee process that every time we question someone's conduct, it's either because of some kind of a political motive or it's some kind of a vendetta. You referred to yourself as proud of your legacy in SAPS, but respectfully, you were dismissed for misconduct by the President. So I want to ask with my first question, how do you reconcile that pride with being fired for maladministration?
So can I answer now, Chair? But Honorable Cameron, we are not finishing the story. That I was fired by the President and reinstated by the Court of Law. I was brought back by the Court of Law, not by the Commission, by the judge.
But that's not true. You weren't brought back by SAPS. You never entered again as the Commissioner.
Come again?
You didn't continue to be the National Commissioner, did you?
No. No, it's not true that is not true.
No, it's true that that's not true.
No. How can... I was a minister when the court decided. I was a minister when court decided, so I could not go to be the National Commissioner. I would have loved to. It's more nicer to be National Commissioner than the minister. The National Commissioners have more powers, by the way, than the ministers. So I would. But by then, the other thing that I have agreed to do is that that because I'm working, there should be no reinstatement as a national commissioner. Now I'm a minister. The second one that I agreed upon is that I would not call for the money of the year, 2 years that I lost when I was not working. But the court reversed the finding of Judge Mloyi and said I can go back as a national commissioner. It was out of me to stay as a minister and the president.
Honorable Malema.
So the word you are looking for, Minister, is that you were cleared by the court, not reinstated by the court.
Then move to the relationship with Mr. Nhlanhla. I know we've touched on it a lot today. You described him as an acquaintance, yet you accepted the use of his penthouse, and you called him over 10 times in a day. I know it wasn't frantic, as you explained. Is that how you normally treat acquaintances? And the reason I ask that to you is that I struggle to see how most of us, I think, would go and stay in someone's home that we don't actually know, that we've just met, that we're not close to in any way.
What's the question? Is there acquaintance or how did I stay in the house?
I said, is that how you normally treat acquaintances? Do you stay in random people's houses?
No. Well, you also add the 10 times. I did say I phoned the journalist who passed the story 10 times. So it's not...
No, but I'm asking you a question about acquaintances.
No, I'm coming on
Minister.
that.
Yeah, but you don't have to question me.
No, I'm not. I'm answering to say
Okay.
it's not something abnormal to phone somebody 10 times, including the journalist that you are not an acquaintance with. The difference is that the journalist does not write about himself that he has been phoned 10 times. That's that. It's not because the acquaintance that I slept in the house. It's because it was a free piece. And I'm not working, I'm a pensioner. So here is it's a nice place, by the way. It's a free piece, so I sleep. I'm not in government. I'm not going to declare. I guess if I were in government, I would have gone and declared, but now I sleep, I wake up, I go home.
So if, let's call someone like Ralph Stanfield said to you, go and stay in my house in Constantia for free.
Who is that?
You know exactly who it is.
Stanfield?
Yeah.
I don't know him.
You know him. You spoke about him in the media several times.
I've heard of him, I don't know him. I've seen Nhlanhla. I didn't hear about him only.
No, but you're playing with words now. The point is, if he comes to you, you're an acquaintance, and he says to you, you can stay in my house, would you do it?
Chairperson, I'm sorry. It's his time to tell me to shut up this time. So I'm not playing with words. I'm giving an answer. I'm giving an answer. I'm not playing with words. So maybe playing with words, I'm talking the wrong English, and I don't hope to move to Zulu so that I speak straight. But I'm explaining to say, having met you and having read about you are two different things. I've met Nhlanhla. I've read about this guy Stein and all that. So I don't know him as I would know a person. Even once, it does make a difference. That's why I know you even then and also. I'm not playing with the words. I'm really trying to explain. If you feel I'm playing with the word, with words, I hope I'll speak better so that what I'm saying is clear, Honourable Member.
Me too. I don't mean disrespect with the playing of words. You must understand it's Thursday, so my English is finished by now. By tomorrow, I'll be almost 100% Afrikaans. So I think both of us will need to hang in there. Let me make it clearer. If you knew Ralph Stanfield, so if you knew him on the same basis that you knew Nhlanhla, would you go and stay in his house if he said you can live in my house or stay in my house for free when you come to Cape Town?
It will depend on circumstances, how I know him, and where and what I'm doing at the time. For instance, if I was a minister with Nhlanhla, I would not have stayed in his house. If I did, I would have declared. So it's circumstances and conditions that informs the decision that you take in that particular time.
Thank you. My next question, I guess, is the reverse, and that is, would you allow someone that you met once or twice to stay in your house when you're not there?
In my house, if I'm not there, and there is nobody else in that house.
Well, you could be there as well. It depends, I guess, how much you like them when you met them once or twice.
I would.
You would. Okay. You say he's not a business partner. So I want to understand, and I know it was said earlier, but that's where the language barrier came in. I didn't understand everything that Honorable Shongwe asked, so I might be repeating something. You specifically said earlier that you didn't pay for any of these. It was free accommodation, correct? Have you ever had any other business dealings or any kind of financial interest with Mr. Nhlanhla?
Zero, nothing.
Zero, okay. You claim that you didn't know about the criminal allegations or any of the tender controversies regarding Mr. Nhlanhla. But I want to ask you, as being the former police minister, is there no kind of due diligence? The reason I ask this as well, it links to what I asked General Sibiya last week, is that surely before you meet with someone, whether you're in office or not, that experience that you built up over the years with contact in the criminal justice system, surely you do some kind of due diligence.
That is what you call political interference. If, as a minister, I want to know intelligence matters are not for ministers, are for operatives. Because intelligence run programs. They might be running a program about you as a minister. So we have no business. It's a clear operational matter. Unless they come to you and it's got some political issues that you need to communicate as a minister. But that's why they don't intelligence people, they don't report mostly to ministers. They report it to National Commissioner. One other person that they can report to is a president than the minister.
So I want to understand this because from my point of view, by that time, if we look at, specifically at Kat Nhlanhla, I mean, it's not political interference to use Google. He was all over there. If you look at, for example, maybe I shouldn't use News 24 as an example because it was clear to me earlier that there was discomfort with some of the things that they wrote. But just on that platform, Mr. Nhlanhla had been there a lot. Do you not check who you meet with? Is there, and there are many ways of doing that without interfering in any form of legislative interference. I mean, let's use Facebook as a silly example.
When I was a minister, my support staff, sometimes they would meet. I mean, they would check for me before I meet for the personal safety and other things. But for now, I check nobody. I meet whoever wants to meet me. I'm a free agent. I'm a free South African. If you want to meet me after this, we can meet.
No, I'm all right. That sounds bad. I don't mean it that way. We can maybe have a coffee tomorrow.
Actually, we own one meeting and to be more civil to one another, you and me.
Yeah.
It could not be now, but some other time.
No, but I think, and we spoke quite a bit today, so
Okay.
I don't think there's any reason for hostility.
Okay.
I'm going to stick to the Kat Nhlanhla discussion a little bit more, and this touches again on what the discussion held with General Sibiya last week. The reason why I keep on asking the questions regarding association is that here we have someone who's the former Minister of Police, or I'm not comparing you directly to General Sibiya, I'm just showing how the questions are similar. And we have a General Sibiya who is the Deputy National Commissioner of the South African Police Service, yet he has these brief breakfasts with Brown Mkhwanazi and maybe touches a bit on Kat Nhlanhla and so on. Does that association not bother you in any way? Is it not problematic to you, or and I mean, you can say we're allowed to agree to disagree. Does it not bother you to have that association?
Honorable Cameron, there's a huge difference between the police and the Minister of Police in terms of operational matters. Worse for a person who's responsible for detectives and intelligence. The question, I was taken aback, and I must say here, I do not believe that he did not know things about Kat at that level and that position. If it's true that he didn't know anything, it does not deserve to bear the job. It does not. Because he's the last line of defense, really. From him and his information, that information must be operationalized. If it is not known there, nothing right will be done by the people that are on operations. For him to say so, I was taken aback, and I said, that can't be.
It's a fair answer. Your personal relationship with Mr. Nhlanhla, or your relationship with Mr. Nhlanhla, did you, and this is just for the record, did you in any way ever participate or influence or advise on any of the decisions or the processes relating to the 360 million rand Medicare 24 contract or any other related procurement in SAPS?
I did not even know about this 360 until I read about it, as it was compared and exposed that is the same person of Tembisa. So I didn't even know. So I had no access to it, so I could not have influenced him when I did not even know about the processes. By the way, it's generic, honorable member, that ministers don't know. Officially should be so. I would not but stand here and say all of us we don't know. But the generic ministers should not know about supply chain management issues.
Then I want to move to just something that I want clarity on regarding your communication with General Mkhwanazi. Is it true that General Mkhwanazi didn't take any calls from you since the Major General Khumalo matter, and that PSS Brigadier Shabalala, you know Brigadier Shabalala knows this, and that you started talking again after you approached General Mkhwanazi at a car wash in Durban later on in the year?
It's true. It's true that for some time we did not talk, but I did not know that it was because of General Khumalo. And unfortunately, I did not either take it as malicious that we are not talking as issue. Okay. Until, by the way, it's him who sent Shabalala, Brigadier Shabalala, to find out and erase the issues that there were problems. So in the car wash, we spoke, but it would be rich to say I approached him. We're both in the car wash. So we approached the car wash, and then we spoke at the car wash.
Maybe that's where we should have our cordial discussion next time, is at the car wash.
And now it sounds like I ran to the car wash to approach him. No, we met it. And we spoke at length, by the way, until we were told to move our cars from the bay because we were blocking. We spoke for a long time.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want to go to a question, and I know you said were not directly involved with procurement matters. This touches on questions that I asked Minister Mkhunu yesterday. Did you know about the fact that the supply chain management head, or Lieutenant General Fani, who came from National Treasury, had a questionable background with regards to his appointment? It's a double-barrel question. I want to know, were you aware of the SIU report that implicated General Fani, amongst others, before you left office?
General Fani, I think, is a lieutenant general.
Correct.
He's a TTG. It's the same argument I've raised, Honorable Member, that I have a problem with appointment of DDGs. Because those that are appointed, they are checked and checked thoroughly. But if Fani comes, General Fani and the other Fani, Masimula, they just meet and they employ one another, you wouldn't. That's that. One would not know the thing. But worse with him, because he comes from treasurer, you would expect people coming from treasurer to be clean and schoon. So you would not really expect that there is a problem when they come from that department, when they come from treasurer. So I didn't know anything about his shenanigans.
Did you know anything about the SIU report once that was? I'm aware that I think it was presented to legal services, but did you know anything about the SIU report?
No, I didn't.
Not. I want to move to the next few questions. I want to touch on the KZN matters. Just in terms of communication, did you have any form of private communication with General Mkhwanazi before his 6 July press briefing?
Private communication?
Any communication. It doesn't necessarily have to be private. Maybe at the car wash.
I think I would. Honorable Member, especially that province, there are a lot of problems that people, they still phone me like nobody's business. I say, but I'm not the minister. They say, but you know what to do. Most of the time, if I'm phoned about the particular matter, then I'll phone two people. Rather than going to the station, junior members, I usually phone two people there. Makoba, who's a deputy to Mkhwanazi, or Mkhwanazi. So I can't remember. But mostly it will be on those matters rather than before, when I would pick up the phone and say, can you do this? Can you do this? But the other thing I want to tell you, Mkhwanazi, there is no provincial commissioner that I've communicated more than Mkhwanazi, because we are there, but they are there. But what I have made a habit is that he must also report, or I will report to the national commissioner that we have communicated. For instance, you would see me in many operations there. You remember when the big bust of drugs at the port and all that. I don't know what you know, but I would not hear from somewhere else that there's that bust. General Mkhwanazi would tell me, and I'll go there. When police are killed, and I remember Mazibuko, when he was killed, I was on the crime scene. Fortunately, I was just landing in Durban when he phoned me. I said, I'm in Durban. He said, to come and all that. So, but most of the time, if not all the time, we would manage to say to the national commissioner, we are communicating, because I did not encourage this thing of people bypassing the national commission coming to the minister.
Just a question of clarity regarding Mr. Maumela. You mentioned that you met Mr. Nhlanhla, the property that you later found out belonged to Mr. Maumela. We know that he's linked to the whole Tembisa hospital fraud scandal. And I want to ask you, and I think I know what you're going to answer, but as someone who's experienced or trained to a certain extent. You've had years of experience in contact with the criminal justice system. You said that you didn't know whose residence it was. How is it normal for you to visit houses of people that you don't know who it belongs to? I'm trying to put this in layman terms where I don't imagine just going to someone's house whom I don't know who it is. I'm struggling with this association with certain controversial figures.
Well, you argue that I'm trained. I'm not just having the experience. I'm trained on the military combat work. And that is intelligence on the work that I used to do. But if somebody says to me, meet to Hamilton Road, number 212, I'm not going to ask whose house is that.
But that one's named after you.
No, I'm making an example. So I'm not going to ask, why do we meet in that particular house? I'll just go to that house and I appreciate that this is a good house. And as I said, I thought I didn't even think that was somebody else. I thought it was his house, of which he confirmed that he had 2 houses at Zimbabwe. That was one of them. But I have met people in many ways, maybe coming from my days of underground, honorable member. So you'll be given an address that meets somewhere there, and you go and meet there. Sometimes you realize that it's a dangerous place and all that kind of stuff. So I really don't take it as essential if Honorable in Cameron phones to say we meet at Cameron Street, number 222. I will ask him, whose house is that you are meeting? And you tell me, and then I will come. No, we just go and I have met people there, including the king, by the way. I have met the king there. I was given the address at Zimbabwe, given the code, open and go there. I did not even ask. I know that the king doesn't have the house at Zimbabwe, but I was not going to ask the king, Igwabanda. So whose house is this? But these things happen.
I want to move to your relationship with Mr. Timmy Marimutu. Do you know Mr. Marimutu?
Very well.
So you've obviously met with him, spoken with him, communicated with him. What's the nature of your relationship with Mr. Marimutu?
Mr. Marimutu used to be a police officer, I'm told, arrested for drug issues, I'm told. But when I went for transport, I found him at the transport department doing some work. He was specializing on the rural access roads with his contract. That's how I began to know him, that we're working on transport matters. So the talk will be around that. But at the later stage, I did realize that he was quite close with intelligence people. How I did know that is that my relationship was really on a hard rock with Mdluli. And he spoke to me and organized the meeting between me and Mdluli. So I realized that this guy is not an ordinary contract guy. He must be having some. But at the later stage, there was that accusation, which they put me on, of which I did not know, that he has put his relatives, most of them, in the crime in intelligence, of which Mdluli signed. So that's a kind of talking, and that's a kind of relationship that I would have with him.
And do you still speak frequently, or is that in the past?
I think it would be more than 2 years that we haven't spoken.
Okay. I wanted to ask you, you touched on the appointments in crime intelligence, but were you also aware of the Hawks investigation regarding allegations of human trafficking and or trafficking specifically for sex allegations linked to Mr. Marimutu's family? And you've already said that you knew about his connection with crime intelligence.
That information I've only got it from the papers, from the newspapers, but I'm aware through reading it.
I want to then understand, and we did touch on the taxi industry. So I'm not going to go into the taxi industry now. I think we've covered a lot of that. I want to understand, during your time as police minister, what safeguards did you implement to ensure that you were not exposed to proximity risks or conflicts when interacting with figures from the taxi industry, dangerous figures? Did you put certain mechanisms in place?
Well, besides having protectors, there is no special mechanism that I'll put. Mr. Honorable Member Cameron, that's a dangerous world. A dangerous world.
Which one?
The taxi industry. It's a dangerous world. Too many people we have lost there. People die there. As I was saying, you sit here, I talk with you like this, and the next day, you are gone. Whenever you get involved on it, you must have a little bit of a prayer, because yourself, you don't know what next will happen. Again, going back to General Mkhwanazi, well, he spoke about the Katomena team. For some reasons, I love police, and I don't know how I fall in love with them, because I was one person that was messed up by the police. I was messed up big time. One person that I didn't like in life big time is General Poison. I didn't like that man. When he came to investigate the matter, massacre of Shoba Shoba, and I chased him away. And then they sent Pushy Engelberg. I don't know if you know Pushy Engelberg. I chased him away until the minister, then Mafumati, spoke to me that, you know what, you go investigate this thing yourself. Because I was chasing everybody away as this person, as an activist. I must be careful again with the word activist. It gave some trouble here. So, as an activist, I had a problem until Bush was allowed. I don't think there is a police officer like Bush Engelberg today. The job he did. But slowly but surely, human beings are dynamic things. You get to know one another and all. One person that were close and friends today is Poison. It's Poison. We're fine, we're good and all that. One other thing that put us together was to work on the taxi industry. Because that unit of his, even today, taxi industry people themselves, they still complain. Why don't, they are called Kito. Kito is a Zulu word coming from Kato crest. They ask, why don't you bring them back and fix the thing? So the one major thing happened, there was the killing of Colonel Kong. One good human being and good police was shot and killed by the taxi industry. I was mad. Poison was mad. Poison did not arrest anybody. Anybody that did thing to Kong was permanently arrested. So they put so much effort. At one time, the cash heist was zero in KZN. Zero. I mean zero, because of that unit. Whoever killed that unit is guilty of increasing the crime in South Africa and in that province. That's how I forever look at it. And the reason why Mkhwanazi and Mthethwa, they took that path of killing that thing, I don't know. But what I knew is that Mthethwa was may his soul rest in peace. Mthethwa was on this thing of reversing things that have been done and working. It was not only him reversing things, it was with his president. He's the president of one organization today. But he was with his president to reverse things. You know, we built a solid police. As your chair, you go and check your crime stats, Honorable. I'm sure you have checked your crime stats. Yeah. Look at 2009, look at 2010, look at 2011. From 2012, what was a Concord?
It shot up.
Was a Concord up to this point. You know why they were Concord sometimes? Because all structures were dismantled. The management that was found there was dismantled. Could not be Mkhwanazi on this one. But RIA gave the man the bells. Give the man the bells for the destruction she caused in the South African police. Give the man the bells.
I want to understand, and just briefly, what was that destruction? You've touched on it a little bit, and I didn't even write this down, but in your opinion, what was that destruction that Ria Piecha caused?
Destruction?
Yeah.
First thing, everybody that I worked with dispersed him. It took Masimula to Limpopo as a deputy. It took Mkhwanazi, highly decorated, because people, they think I can change. It's a fact that Mkhwanazi is highly decorated. Took Mkhwanazi and told him to guard the buildings. Mkhwanazi was guarding the buildings, property, the offices. This, you know, there is a competition of the special forces that usually takes place at a place called Dubai. At one time when Mkhwanazi was there, it took place in France. The Special Task Force of South Africa was number 4 in the world. We were number 4. Under Ria Piecha, we were number 40. She added 0.
I'm trying to be serious here. You're making it very
I'm
difficult.
serious. I'm serious. We're number 40. Last time there, I was invited. I was invited to go and receive the award for them. I think they were number 14. So I can't receive the number 14 award. But in France, I did go and I received the number 4 in the world. In the world. So that thing went down. But the real mess that she did, was to kill the TROT, Technical Response Team. You know, just a little bit of a minute how it started about. People, they call it Beggy's police, Tele's police. I don't know why they don't call other units about people that they started. When I joined the police, honorable member, in Pretoria, the third day, there was a cash heist in the city of Swane. As I came there, 2 police were shot and killed from local station. And I found Mercedes-Benz C-Class, I don't know if it is an advert, C-Class and GTI, and those were getaway cars for the criminals. Police came in a Corona, 1.3. I said, even if they find these guys on the scene and chase them much, what is this 6 class 2-8? And then I said, from now on, 2 things we're going to do. We're going to buy police cars. The GTI, the police, and BMWs came that time. That's when we bought GTI in the police. That's why every police drives GTI today. And Focus and all that. But the other problem that you had, these elite units, 2 of them, that's your Special Force and NIU, were geographically placed. They were only in Gauteng, KZN, Eastern Cape, and Western Cape. So other provinces didn't have them. So the TRT was built for them to hold the fort as we are waiting for these guys. But TRT did not hold the fort, they did the job. TRT moored the Kesha's guys. They moored them goed. Now, that was the first one. The second one of their job, that time we had cluster. I know you have had interest in the police. We have cluster policing, where 5 stations to 7 will be together. We said every station will have about 10 members of the TRT, Amaparet. So if there is an incident there, they will converge and respond. But if not, they will patrol their precincts. That's why crime like pickpocketing, crime like housebreaking, because those guys, they saturated and took over policing every street, every township. Even today, if you move around here, people are asking, where are the pirates? Ask Ria, Pierre, where are they? As she come, it dismantles them. It took their cars, it took a veto that they were using and give it to the police, to the station commander. How do you take a veto and give it to the station commander to go and buy milk? So that's it. But one other thing is to displace people. Your Hawks, Dramat was taken away from there. Everybody was taken away from there and all that. So it was a systematic kind of dismantlement. But the big one, the numbers were allowed of the police to dwindle from 195,000 to the population of 50 million, dwindled to 187 to the population of 62 million. Hence, we had to really fight hard with the Cabinet 6th to say, Mr. President and Mr. Kotongan, give us some money. We managed to get the training of police 10,000 in the circle of 10, though we had a problem because the colleges were few to accommodate all these people. So we went to ask the accommodation from the army. They gave us their base in Kimberley and they charged us R1 billion for that. Sure. They charged us R1 billion so we had to go to small numbers because we did not have R1 billion to pay for the army. But that was a big thing to dismantle. And as we came back, it took a lot to re-establish the police. I don't want to go much on that. But one other thing that we did was to create the Operation Chanela. Operation Chanela, I can explain about it and all that kind of thing. I hope it's coming back. But I must say, I am really sad. I think the working of the police has been really disturbed by this kind of a thing. It might take longer again to put the police in a fast lane.
I want to just move back slightly. Why do you think they closed Cato Manor, the squad?
Mkhwanazi is still there. Maybe when he comes back, ask him.
Okay. You mentioned earlier today that, we know about it, that there were members who tapped your communication. They listened to your calls. Do you know who those members are, and if so, are they still in the police?
You know, the other one, who is Patayasho Peruman, the one who arrested Kumalo
From IDAC?
from IDAC, is one of them.
Sure.
That guy, 3 guys were arrested. I think one is Tele and can't remember, and Puruman. So they were made sacrificial land by Moodley.
So Moodley was also involved?
Hayi kancane, not small time, big time.
Yo.
Moodley.
Was, sorry I'm interrupting, I just want to get clarity. So Moodley, was Khan involved in any way?
No, I wouldn't tell if Kanye was. I don't have that information.
Okay.
But Moodley, yes. And then, who's this? He's Patayasho Peruman, this guy. He has been in crime intelligence. He has now moved to IDEC and is regarded as a top investigator. There are no investigators in CI. Since when has become a top investigator? That he has, his first job is to arrest Kumalo after he has written a letter by Nkabinde. Because Kumalo was arrested after the letter has been written by Nkabinde. So where it has come from? But the other thing, the husband of the head of the IDEC works in the CI. And they're not friends with Kumalo. And they're not friends with Kumalo. And he works in the CI. That's my home girl, that is the head of what I would love to know, when this law came, you would know that there is a structure that oversees police, that is your iPad. You would know that there is a structure that oversees Hawks, that is a Hawks judge. Who oversees IDEC? Who oversees IDEC? Or are they law unto themselves? You can't have a powerful structure that does as its wishes and nobody looks after it. Hence, we have a judge that looks after the Hawks. That judge is there. You report to the judge, you go to IPID, either they work or what, they exist. I guess these lawyers sitting there, there can be a structure that you can take to them if they get out of way. There is a structure where you took Klope to, whether correct or incorrect, but where do you take IDEC? When they arrest somebody for hiring somebody. Well, it's a disaster to have such a structure that nobody oversees it. Maybe the legislators can look at that as the time goes on.
What do you think, and this is also, I'm going off the list that I made today, but what do you think the reason is for that specific group targeting General Khumalo?
Ask Nkabinde. It's Nkabinde who wrote the letter there. I don't know if somebody sent it, but I'm told it was written by him to say act. So I don't know. But Auntie Mary has serious issues with Khumalo and Ngcele. I hope ITEC doesn't come to knocking my door again one day. But has a serious issue with Khumalo and all. But I don't have a reason why they would have a problem with Khumalo.
Honorable Ngola.
No, Chair, the General keeps on repeating a letter written by Nkabinde. Maybe if you can be clarified which letter is that, so that we are able to even check if it's part of the evidence that we have. Thank you.
No, it's not the part of the evidence. But there was a letter from him to IDEC to say IDEC must act on the crime intelligence people. Maybe at a certain given time, the letter could be found. I hope.
Thanks, General. Chair, because we're going to have IDEC, so I think let's just take it as it comes. We're going to pursue it. Thank you.
Honorable Cameron, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I've got one or two last questions. You mentioned, and this is, I might come back to crime intelligence again, but you mentioned earlier the Judge Tulare judgment when he spoke about the alleged infiltration of parts of the judiciary, etc., by certain gangs or criminal groupings. Why it feels there have been many calls regarding the Colonel Kinnear report, that there were very specific SAPS members implicated in that. Why is it that even during your time, many of those members are still in SAPS? What was the struggle? What went wrong after the Kinnear report was finalized?
You remember, or you were not here, Kenya report was finalized and classified. So ministers don't classify the reports. Reports are classified by those people who had those particular structures. I must agree. I don't think that Kenya really received a fair kind of procedure. I fully don't agree. So I always feel supportive to the wife when she's angry. And personally, I would say maybe all of us could have done much better to deal with the issue of the murder of one of the good cops that was dealing with that situation. And that's a part of what the judge says. But Western Cape is one of the area when it comes to policing, prosecution, by the way, that has been problematic. I'm sure you'll hear one day that there is an inquest. There is an inquest in the death of Moses Tembe's daughter. Honorable member, police did the investigation and they believed that that daughter was murdered. They believed. They went time and again to the prosecutor for the things to be enrolled. They would say, go back, dot the I's and cross the T's. Until they said, if you can't do it, give us a certificate. I went to the president personally. I said, Mr. President, your Minister of Police is going to do something funny. Is going to support the private prosecution. And the prosecutor refused to give certificate. So he can't prosecute, he can't give certificate. So you are stuck in the middle. But now I know that inquest, the magistrate that is there now is asking the question, why this thing was not enrolled, because it's an obvious case. You should ask the prosecutor that did not enroll it in this Western Cape.
Chair, I think that's an important note for us as an ad hoc committee. Is just regards to two things, and I'm sure former Minister Cele would agree. The integrated justice system, the fact that we don't have that yet. So very often the police get the blame for things that they shouldn't be getting the blame for. So we need that system to really pinpoint where the issues, the real issues are. That's the one thing. The second thing is I think something to zoom in on with all of this is to really sample where the prosecution crisis lies. Justice Chair can lead the way for us. He says he doesn't have much work, so he certainly can. Chair, that's it from me. No more questions. I'm glad we've ended this discussion better than we did previously. Thank you, Minister.
Okay, we'll see that at the later stage. But we won't go back there.
You must stay with that commitment. I can see that you are getting closer to each other now. Honorable Thapa.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good evening, former Minister Cele. It's been a long day for you. I don't have a lot of time, so it won't be too long. I want to go back to Kat Nhlanhla, because it seems with the interactions we've had over the past few days and what you read in the media and in the testimonies, it seems everybody had some interaction with him in some form, way or manner. The meeting that took place in December, where you had a meeting with Mr. Nhlanhla, he told you that he had an SAPS tender and that he was willing to make false and criminal allegations against generals to protect his own interest. Did that not immediately raise red flags about his integrity?
Meeting of December?
Yes, you mentioned in 2024, December 2024.
So what happened with the tender?
He told you about it.
No.
In your
On that-
paragraph
on that meeting, we
71,
did
it
not
says
talk
he also
about-
expressed concern about being caught in the crossfire of brewing conflict within the police.
Yes.
And that he did not want to lose the health service tender awarded to him earlier that year.
Yes, he didn't, because he's put in conflict with the, in that
Correct,
context.
yes.
In that context.
So
you're
that's where he
correct.
told you about the tender.
Yes.
All right. And my question is, did that not raise any red flags with you? Because he was telling you that he had a tender and that he was going to, or he made false allegations against generals to protect his own interest. Did that raise red
By
flags?
then
to
I
you?
knew that he had a tender.
I believe so. That's in your discussion here on this meeting.
The same answer. My interest and my angle was not with Kat, it was with Khumalo.
I'll get to that, sir. But I'm asking you, did it raise any red flags to you that he was telling you this?
No.
Do you say you admitted, he admitted, to fabricating serious false allegations of theft and corruption against senior officers? I would go so far as to say your own people, people that you came along with in the police service. Why would you rely on a man who, by your own account, had just confessed to committing perjury and obstructing justice?
Rely on him on what?
Say again, sorry?
Rely on him on what?
Well, so you said you kept chatting with him, he kept speaking to you, even post this meeting. He brought information to you about the 2010 corruption.
I'm not relying on him, I see. I see the things that are sent to his cellular. I'm not, his message, I'm not relying on him. He shows me the thing that is not supposed to have, that are sent by either the minister stroke Mohotsi in preparation. So I don't just hear him, I see it.
No, whether you see it or not is irrelevant. What I'm asking is that he raised serious red flags. The red flag that he raised, which I understand, is he told you that he committed perjury. He told you he was making false allegations against the police. You advised him that he needs to go speak, and the case was eventually either thrown out or settled out of court. That was what you said. So he's...
Are we talking about the same story?
Yes, it's on your section 72.
That he told me that he committed the perjury.
Well, he says to you that he was lying, he was going to make false allegations.
Did I say so?
It's in your testimony.
No. You didn't listen very well.
No, I'm reading your testimony.
I said he was pushed by Sibia to do that.
I understand. What I'm saying is... I understand.
You absolutely don't.
No, I do understand fully. You are saying he was being forced to do it.
Exactly.
To protect his own interest. No, regardless of what his reasoning was to do it. He was doing it to protect his own interest, whether it was forced by Sabia, forced by whoever.
Your logic defeats me.
Honorable Tlapa and General Qele, I request you to cool down.
Oh, no, sorry, Chair. My apologies. I
just
no
want
intention.
just want to give you one moment to take a breath in and take Honorable Skosana and Honorable Malem.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to get clarity from General Qele. Because earlier, General Qele said when they met at Beverly Hills Hotel, there was no discussion about the tender. He was never told about the tender. He was told about the issues of the problems within the top.
The matter is not related to what Honorable Thopa is raising.
No. My follow-up meeting is what he responded about that. He asked him twice. That was the tender discussed in that meeting.
Okay.
So hence I'm saying, initially he said there was no tender. Kat never discussed any tender with him at all. So I wanted a clarity that on that day, did they discuss about the tender which he had, that Media 24 thing with the South African Police Service? Thank you, Chair.
Chair, I've said it time and again to say he realized that he was being played and did not want to be in conflict with the police because he has just had the tender contract with the police, so he did not want to fight the police, especially on the false pretense that he arrest that Khumalo must be arrested after he has been told by Sibiya what to write so that it implicates Khumalo. I'm saying it's the same answer. There was never a time when he sat down and write the statement against Khumalo. Sibiya, according to him, comes to him to say, look, let's implicate Khumalo on this one. Add that it was not just the raid, but they have stolen. So then it doesn't become the liquor raid, even if you have a warrant. You can't take the watches and all that kind of thing. So for me, that he committed perjury, and him being this powerful police telling him what to do is completely two different things.
Thank you, Chair. Can I proceed?
Are you?
I'm fine, Chair. My time will come. Thank you.
Let's go to Honorable Malem.
Minister, I understand now you've got this information, like he's saying, you've got this information about Kat that he does tenders and then he wants to serve his own interest by giving information and all of that. Then the question is, why do you keep this person close to you when you know he's got this many other issues? Now you are aware. So my understanding is that you kept this guy close to you because you were sucking as much information as possible from this guy, because he was showing you information, not just telling you, showing things that are being planned about Khumalo, are being planned about you, and all of that. Even if he's got these other things, but for as long as he's giving you this useful information, you kept him close so that you can get as much information as possible.
I was not going to let him go with information.
Thank you so much. Honorable Thopa.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Please proceed.
I will proceed. And apologies, was no heated moment. I think I just speak loud on this mic.
No, it is human, don't worry.
Thank you, Chair. Well, you basically answered the next question, sir, because I wanted to ask, wouldn't that make him a potential criminal collaborator rather than a reliable source? But you said you would keep him around for that information. So, despite all of this, you've stayed overnight at his penthouse. And I will move on to the next line of questioning because I understand where you're coming from and what you've explained, and I don't think there's need to further press on the issue. I would like to find out, when you left office in June 2024, was the PKTT funded? Was it funded? Was it properly funded?
Well, Commissioner can answer that better, because the funding of operations and all that is not the ministerial issue, it's the issue of the accounting officer.
I understand that Minister Mchunu had claimed that the PMFI was breached because the extension of the PKTT was never granted, and if I understand your version correctly, you say that is not the case.
Well, he's lucky to know that.
Pardon me?
He's lucky to know that. What I know is that the life of political killing task team was continuing, and I know that there was money requested and the less money was given with the advice of the CFO. But remember, in companies, there is a CFO and there is an accounting officer. At the end of the day, the rest of it doesn't lie with the CFO. It lies with an accounting officer. If the accounting officer sees the matter that should continue, we'll sit down, and I'm very sure that the accounting officer, who happened to be a commissioner, they did talk with the CFO. I don't know who briefed the minister about the concerns of the CFO, but it does look like there was this bypassing of the national commissioner, and the deputies and the lieutenant general's briefing, instead of going to the commissioner and the commissioner going to the minister.
Thank you. You mentioned that you had a meeting on the 5th of September 2023. Were these formal meetings, or this was a formal meeting?
5th, not 4th, 5th.
I think 5th of September, yes, 2023.
There was a minister there of Justice and Correctional Service.
Mm-hmm.
There was a deputy minister of the police. There was minister. Definitely that formal. We could not have met for tea there.
And
was meeting in Durban from Pretoria.
Was the PKTT an extension, the extension of it, a formal item on the agenda for the day?
Well, the interministerial on this matter could not have met without discussing the activities of the PKTT.
And it must continue as one of the resolutions that you took. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And these minutes to these meetings?
They are meeting. Minutes.
Are they attached to this one?
I don't know, but they can be found. They can be found. I think even myself, I have them.
I just want to find out by you, and it's. I just want to find out what is your understanding and your version. There's many scenarios that have been impressed on us, and I want to find out, do you think that this is an operational transition gone wrong? Do you believe that the disbandment had to do with financial irregularity cleanups? Was the disbandment political in nature? And if it was none of these, what's your opinion? What do you think it was?
Well, finances, I'm totally literate. The Auditor General will help us there. I know nothing about finances. What I know is that this structure had to save lives that were lost because of the political office across the board. There are quite number of councillors that were killed. I have mentioned that from ANC, from IFP, from NFP, from ACDP, from DA, and from EFF. So then you are putting the stop on the thing. But not only that, you must also put the stability so that there is no reversal on that kind of thing. For me, if you ask me, I would not have dissolved it. Even if I had any wish of dissolving it, I would have followed the steps that we have followed to establish it. One, why so many steps to establish it and no steps to disestablish it? For me, that would be a question. If that is illegal or unlawful, I don't know. But is it correct? No, it's wrong.
Minister Mkhwanazi is your predecessor. He took over from you in 2024. And when you were speaking earlier, if I understood you correctly, Minister Mkhwanazi never contacted you after you briefed him. I think you spoke about a 3-hour meeting. You said not even once. Is that correct? You didn't talk again after that?
Not once.
All right. And then in paragraph 50 of your statement, you say you attempted to discuss the disbandment of the PKTT with Minister Mkhwanazi. That was, I would take it after the disbandment, somewhere in January.
Yes.
And I think you were discussing the Mary de Haas letter, I think, and he told you to stay out of the matter. Is that correct?
That could not be the words, but I was told that the disbandment, dissolution will continue. Whether those letters are not there, and it's not going to discuss those letters, but the dissolution will continue.
All right, thank you. I just want to find out, you mentioned in your statement also that you appealed to the President on the 8th of January to stop the directive or halt the directive to dissolve the PKTT. Correct?
No, I couldn't instruct the President
No,
to
not
stop.
instruct. You spoke to him.
I couldn't tell him. Have you ever spoken to the President? I can imagine telling the President. I requested the President that if he could facilitate the meeting, maybe if he has a way that this disbandment is halted until 3 of us, him, Mkhwanazi, myself, we have a meeting, or he facilitate, because I felt, reading the letter, Honorable Member, I realized that the genesis, the starting point of Mkhwanazi was wrong about 2019. There is no 2019 in this thing. By Morane Commission, there is no commissioner. So I thought it could be a space of taking him through what really happened. So, and better understand, because the genesis is wrong. So he is not going to act correctly if your genesis is incorrect.
Thank you. So I'll put it to you that in your own statement, paragraph 50, the last sentence says, the minister informed me that I should stay out of the matter. 51, I also discussed the matter with the President at the ANC's January 18 celebration that took place in Kailicha. I asked the President to ask the Minister to stop implementing the disbandment of the decision. That's what I asked you now, and you said...
Well, those are verbatim words, but the content, as you can listen, is the same. Maybe, and I'm not an English speaker anyway, but I think the content and context is the same. So you are dealing with verbatim, and you did not say, I must be verbatim. You should have said so.
No, sorry, sir, I'm reading your witness statement.
You should have said, quote yourself what you said on that day.
No, sir, I'm reading your witness statement as what you gave it to us. That's what I've got in front of me. It's all I can rely on. But it's fine. I respect your answer. I'm not arguing your answer. I'm just reading what I can read here.
That one is very clear. If you want me to be verbatim, say so. And you go and say, read at that particular place. I was not told to be verbatim. I was asked to give the context and the content. And I did so. Verbatim, yes.
Thank you, sir. But now you've consulted and attempted to consult with the Minister and the President, is what your statement says. I ask the following question, and I say I ask this with respect. Is this not similar from ruling from the grave, as you put it earlier on?
I don't have a grave.
No, you said you don't rule from the grave. And I'm asking, is this what you were talking about?
I don't have a grave, so I can't rule from the grave.
Thank you. You've answered correctly. Thank you.
Yeah, at least we are ending it on a lighter moment, Honorable Top. Honorable Sangweni.
No, I think it's two more. Sorry, Honorable Chair, I didn't want to interrupt. There's just one issue. The IMC minutes that the minister speaks about. My understanding is that, I could be wrong, General, you'll correct me. IMC is almost like a cabinet committee or so. Would those minutes not be classified if you are offering to bring them? We just don't want this issue of documents being promised and we don't get them. So if I could just be...
I'll have to check if they are classified, but I don't remember them classified.
Okay.
Chair, is Mr. Hlophe or is Mr. who? Honorable member. I didn't get the...
It's Honorable Klopper.
Klopper.
Is K-L-O...
I thought it was Mr. Hlophe.
Is K-L-O...
Okay.
P-P-E-R.
Sorry.
It's Klopper.
Okay, thanks.
Bangasit.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
You, yourself and Honorable James are going to run for the next 1 hour, 20 minutes.
Well, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Ndosi bese sibingelele mfowethu. And honorable members. I don't have a lot to ask, Ndosi, because you were very eloquent in your presentation of your evidence. And in fact, you helped some of us a great deal in terms of clarifying some of the areas that had remained gray after the presentation of evidence by some of the witnesses that had appeared before us here, before you came. But I just want to kick off by asking you, Ndosi, whether you were aware that Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi was going to hold a press conference on the 6th of July, 2025.
No, I was not aware, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Ndosi. At that conference, General Mkhwanazi actually raised a number of issues. I'm not going to dwell on a number of them, but just a few. One of them is political interference that he actually raised. So I just want you to clarify the issue of the disbandment of the PKTT, whether it was, in your view, whether it was not a classical case of political interference in the operations of the police.
I'm sure you remember that General Mkhwanazi never said a word about me there. I'm sure you remember that General Mkhwanazi never said a word about me there in that conference. So the interference I would not be able to explain. But Chairperson, it's a situation that one has been trying to explain from all angles, without being the NCA that talks about all angles. So one has really tried all angles on this matter of political interference, and the person, nothing will change me as I'm sitting here to believe that the process was wrong to disband the PKTT. Whether that is illegal, legal gurus will have to explain. Whether that is unlawful, law gurus will have to explain. I just know one English word: it was wrong. Whether that is an interference, I don't know. Whether that is not doing the proper work, I don't know. But I believe, and that does not mean I'm correct, by the way, but I believe that it was wrong. It should have been done the way it came. That road that it came on of the president, the interministerial, the officials, the team itself, could have done so. One little thing that could have been done here, one, is some form of consultation and talking to somebody. Now I know that even Mkhwanazi and Masimula did not get the audience. I even know, let's say then is practical, is operational, I know. They did not get this letter that says you go and do it and report on the letter should have better said, you go and give me the report by the 20th of January of this PKTT, and from there I take the decision. I don't find the logic. So they must explain then it was interference, was the unlawful, illegal, and all. But I will stand by my words that it was wrong.
Yeah, I'm asking this question, Dosi, because the National Commissioner, when he appeared before us here, he was really very, adamant that that directive was actually a gross interference into his terrain as National Commissioner. So you having been the National Commissioner and also a Minister of Police, I think you are better placed to actually have a better understanding of exactly what was happening here. So that is in that context that I'm asking this kind of a question, Ndos.
Well, if it were me, as a National Commissioner receiving this letter, without really being arrogant and pompous about it, I would have said, stay on your lane, Minister. That can't happen. I would have said so. If I would really want to be modest, I would have said, can we have a discussion on the matter and privately tell him to stay on his lane or her lane.
Thank you, Ndosi. Arising from that, I'm just asking myself exactly just how do ministers of police resist the pressure that might be exerted on them by the political environment within which they operate to find themselves sometimes using their powers and using the powers that they wield over the operations of the police to actually unleash that against their political opponents. Could be their, inter-party opponents or intra-party, opponents.
Well, I hear you saying, how do the police ministers, which ministers?
Ministers of police, that could be Mr. B.H. Tele, it could be Minister Mkhunu, it could be Minister Mtetwa, but I'm just looking at the temptation of ministers wanting to use the police to actually settle political scores with their political opponents in other parties or within their own parties. And I'm saying this because Mkhwanazi, when he was here, he told us that the Minister of Police came at Mandeni during the by-election campaign and went to the police station and demanded to know why the candidate so-and-so of political X has not been arrested. So I'm coming from that context, Honorable Ndosi.
My problem is your generic statement of why ministers. There's been Mafumati, there've been Mafumati, there've been Chwete, there've been Kele, there've been Balule. We never went to the council and asked why are we not arrested. So it remains the question of the individual, Mkhwanazi, on that matter, rather than putting the generic statement that said police of the ministers, as if we have encountered such thing before. So let's talk about what happened exactly and relating it to the person that happened. I did hear that statement from Mkhwanazi. I really cannot. I really cannot tell the police that you go and arrest so and so. Even if there are things, you would ask why so and so is taking long, and they'll explain to say we're working on this. But you can't. Maybe the both worlds, Mkhwanazi, help me to understand the administration side of the police and the political side of the police. Maybe I really benefited out of that. As I've said to you, there are orders that I've refused to take as a national commissioner. And so I would not then give them as a minister when I know myself that how should you behave as a national commissioner. I think it's more of an experience and the understanding of environment rather than doing wrong things.
Thanks, Ndosi. And again, I was actually asking these questions in the context of this thing of political interference, because in the letter where the minister actually gave directive to dissolve the PKTT, the first point, the first issue that is discussing is an instruction not to fill the vacancies in the intelligence, component of the police. And that was an instruction from the minister not to fill those positions. And you had just told us that actually the person who employs is the existing structures within the police, hierarchy and the police structure, not the minister. But now the minister is coming in and is actually instructing the national commissioner to not employ anybody to continue to fill in those vacant posts.
Mkhwanazi, I'm very jealous to be national commissioner. It's a nice job. Being a minister, you are very limited. The real power of running the police, unless we say one day we need to revisit it, is with the national commissioner. You are limited to two words there, policy and directing. Commissioner said you will command, reorganize and do everything. What you are talking about, that employing and not employing, as a minister, you run far from that thing. You are not going to tell, maybe let me tell you the secret here. There is this regulation of concurrence. I did not like it when Khumalo was made the head of intelligence by the National Commissioner. But it's a prerogative and his last word, because I thought he would be more concentrating when he's dealing with task team issues. But I can't win when it's very clear who appoints. It's very clear. So when you tell when and how and where, what area and all that. Mary, by the way, has serious problem with intelligence and Kumal. I suspect Mary again.
Okay, thanks, Dosi. General Mdluli, you told us that something very unique actually happened when General Mdluli was going to be, I don't know whether appointed or promoted.
Appointed.
There was a panel of ministers that actually interviewed him. And you said that was unprocedural. Again, is that not an example of political interference in the operations and the working of the police? Why did the National Commissioner not do the job? And you were the National Commissioner.
No,
by the way.
I was not a National Commissioner. I was not
sorry.
there.
Sorry about that.
He was employed June, I came in July. But there was an acting National Commissioner, I think General Williams. He was not part of that panel. And definitely the responsibilities of the National Commissioner, there was an acting National Commissioner who was not invited. Again, whether that's interference, I would say it is wrong. It does smell interference, but I'll end up with the word it was wrong.
Thank you, Ndosi. Can you share with us?
It doesn't smell Mkhwanazi. Smells.
Can you share with us what was his special role in the police establishment?
Who?
Mdluli.
Was the head of crime intelligence.
Oh, thank you.
That was his job, was the head of crime intelligence.
So why did you suspend him?
There would be two things, but this time he was being investigated and to be charged. I can't remember if he was charged, but was investigated for some matter that has taken place in East Rand. It looks like somebody died because was suspecting uthatha umuntu wakhe. And then somebody died, and then that was an issue. So with that investigation of the matter and all those kind of things, so they had to pay suspension. That's why he was suspended.
And also, you shared with us that at some point you actually got an instruction to fire Lieutenant General Shabalala.
Yes.
Who was head of PSS.
Yes.
Where was that instruction coming from?
Come from the Minister and Deputy Minister of Police and said they were sent by the President. President was Zuma at the time.
Again, I want to cite that as one example of political interference. And you continue to tell us that there's this general whom you actually said was fired. Is it? Oh yeah, General Shabalala. I believe that it must have actually been connected with the use of Waterkloof Air Force Base by the Guptas. Was it not connected with that?
Sean Shabalala, may his soul rest in peace too, because he died. Looks like, and the story I heard is that he was too close to President Mbeki, so he could not fit to the new presidency. And indeed, they were very, very close. Even at the funeral of Sean Shabalala, President Mbeki attended. And there was that thing that his scene was too close to Mbeki, but he was also close to Mandela before they came, and so that should be reason. I know. I'm not guaranteeing that that's the only reason.
Then poor Brigadier Tau, why had he to be fired? And who actually dished out that kind of instruction?
Mbeki was supposed to have gone, I guess, to France. When the announcement was made that he withdrew, he went and made the statement. And then the advanced team had gone. And then Tau was also the part of operations of the protection of president then. And he was in Algiers en route to Paris, and was instructed not to proceed, to come back. And himself, he was to be removed. Though he stayed a little bit of time, but I think he resigned himself and he joined AXA. Ended up working for AXA. Was one of the very good operational manager, Tau, and I know him because technically he trained me on techniques when we were in the bush in Angola.
Thank you, Ndosi. The establishment of the PKTT, can we look at that? You told us that the president at somewhere in Maritzburg visiting the family of a councillor who had actually been killed made an announcement that he was going to set up a team to actually deal with issues of violence, political killings in KwaZulu-Natal. And then he set up the IMC, which actually ended up setting up that task team. I want us to be clear here exactly what was that, because we had in one evidence that was led here early this week that it was the NPKTT. And Undosi says, let us drop the N and remain with PKTT. What exactly did the president actually establish? I
didn't say drop the N. I said I don't know it. I don't know the N. I didn't say drop it. If somebody puts the N, he knows it, let it be. But me, I don't know anything. The president says, as in these ministers, these ministries, you go and deal with the problem in KZN, was not even to say in particular in KZN, it was KZN, because if you say in particular in KZN, there would be other places. So there was no in particular, it was just the KZN dealing with it. I don't know, but then it has gone a little bit out of the province when it comes to Forte issues and a little bit of Gauteng. I don't know if N comes from there.
Yeah, the argument was very strong that this was a national task team. It was never actually intended to be a provincial one.
If the discussion had taken place, you know, Mbangazita, one thing that I've looked here, that most of the discussions that are taking place there, they would have been more relevant if they were discussing the IMC. That's my strong feeling I have, that there would have been more relevant discussions if they were discussed on the IMC. Poor IMC then was not given the opportunity to sort matters out.
Well, Ndosi, you were the chairperson most of the time of the IMC, which actually had the responsibility to brief or report to the president on the progress that PKTT was actually making. Your last report or the last meeting of the IMC was in September 2023. Why did you not call regular meetings after that? Those because
We're working for elections. We're campaigning for elections. One need to see the PKK as we're in a campaign.
But the dust was actually the conflicts were high.
But Mpangazita, on the 7th of March 2024, the team did brief the president. PKTT. This is March now, 2024, just 2 months away from the election.
Then, Dosige, then taking from that, then how do you reconcile that? Because the reports that we have seen so far, written reports about the operations and the successes that the PKTT, were making, how do you reconcile that with the assertion in the letter of dissolution that the PKTT has in fact overstayed its welcome? Secondly, it was not adding any value to the general operations of the South African police. It was a total waste. How then do you reconcile these two? The success story of the operations of the PKTT and the assertion by the minister in his directive that this structure actually was not working.
No, now, Mpangazita, I'm sorry, you are crying at the wrong funeral now. You are literally crying at the wrong funeral. You should have asked that question before I came here. Because how do I reconcile something that does not exist? It does not exist to go and kill this KPT having not followed the procedures. It does not exist that it has no value. It does not exist that it did not do the job. It does not exist that it was not stopping the all those things don't exist. And you had an opportunity to ask that question. That's why I'm saying we are crying at the wrong funeral.
This is what was said under oath. That is why I'm concerned, because this was said to us under oath by no less a person than the Minister of Police of this country. So that is where my concern comes from. At any rate, we can continue.
Just Mpangazita.
Yes.
This team is established. That time, political personnel, leaders and councillors were dying every week. I would agree. I had Honorable Mathis saying was the ANC. Yes, the majority was the ANC because councillors, but people were dying every week. I'm telling you, every week. And councillors all gathered. I'm saying to you, councillors from Nongoma sleeping at Richards Bay, you know of Aginiga Nongoma. And you know how far you drive to wake up every day there and work there. That thing subsided, no doubt about it. A lot of people, I don't have the figures, but I think there are more than 40 people that do life sentences. And it started from 2011 when there was nobody arrested. There are a lot of people that are doing between 10 and 73 years and all that. By the way, there is a long list of cases that are still investigated. There where other problem would be, if you shut, there is that term, what is that term, shut when? Immediately. So if you shut immediately, what do you do with all those that are investigated going forward and all that? I don't want to come to this allegation. I don't deny them of Nhlanhla and the Big Five and all that. But I'm talking about the thing that is in front of us. Then it subsides. it doesn't get finished. Flares up. The last one, the big one, was the death of Councillor Mkhwanazi at Nongoma at the age of 75. Those people were arrested. That's why a little bit of stability. When you go to the country at the present moment, you go to eThekwini, the councillors there, they are guarded. They're not guarded because lions are going to eat them, those councillors. They are guarded because there is a fear that they'll be shot and killed. I'm told at this time, Honorable Matthews, that there are big two political organizations, ANC and IFP, that they are guarded. Which means, while there is some work done and seen, we are not there yet, not yet uhuru, for the things to be stabilized and say, Mr. President, you said you go to KZN and deal with that matter. Now we have dealt with this matter. Sorry that it took long time, but took long time and more money, but the mission accomplished. We go to the president, we say, Mr. President, there is instability in the province. Councillors are guarded. Councillors, they still run around the chase and all the thing. But the time is finished. I'm sure the president will say, I didn't know that I'm sending mad people there. So that's the context of this matter. And I want to argue, if these meetings were called, these things would have been debated and discussed and understood there.
Well, thanks, Ndosi. Although I'm also still namang pathekile nje kahle because the death of Councillor Duma wangale Engoloja still remain outstanding. It has actually not been resolved until now. A young man.
Several of them, and most of them still under investigation.
Yes, okay. The meeting of the 6th of December, Brigadier Kunene, in his statement here, believes that that meeting which they held in Mr.
Meeting
Matlala's
6th of December.
on the 6th, it's an operation by
Oh,
the
the
police.
raid.
Yes.
Okay.
2024. They visited the house of Mr. Matlala. It was the 10 PKTT members which Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi had made available to the Gauteng police to assist them in the investigation of some high-profile cases. Then they went to meet Mr. Matlala in his house. And Brigadier Kunene believes that they touched a raw nerve by actually going there. Because after that, then Matlala met with Undos to actually looking for an advice. How is he going to handle this matter? Mkhwanazi, in Mr. Matlala's cell phone, which actually had been raided when found on him in prison now after he had been arrested, carries a conversation that took place between him and Mkhwanazi about the incident of the arrest of Mr. Matlala. Now, I'm trying to actually agree with you on the genesis, the chronology of events, which led to the directive on the 31st. And also answer your question, why? What is it that is in January? Everything in January and so on. Now, the National Commissioner then applied for leave on the 27th. On the 28th, he's in Etiskawini with the minister at the funeral of a police officer. The minister does not say anything about the dissolution of PKTT. On Monday, the 30th of December, the National Commissioner goes on leave. On the 31st of December, at 5:20, a letter actually is delivered in the office of the National Commissioner. By the way, the acting National Commissioner at the time was the Lieutenant General Musikili. The letter is not delivered to Musikili. It's actually delivered
Msikiti.
to... Mo?
I know where Zulu is Msikiti. L is D in Sotho.
Oh, Msikili. Okay. Now, I'm actually, annotating all of these events in their chronological order to see that, because I believed that that meeting, I agree with Brigadier Kunene, that the meeting of the 6th at Mr. Matlala's, the raiding of Mr. Matlala's residence has a direct bearing on the directive of the 31st. Now I'm troubled by then the conversation of Mkhosi with Matlala, where Mkhosi is actually saying to Matlala, no, we must actually meet, get the minister. It's somewhere here. I'll get it. The minister must actually do something about this. Now, in your statement, Ndosi, in your conversation with Matlala, he also says something must be done about what actually happened in his residence. So there is this nexus when Mkhwanazi says the minister did what he did to disband the PKTT because he was actually protecting or preventing the PKTT to continue with what they had started on Mr. Matlala. What is your take on that, Ndosi?
It's complicated. Having said that, my take, Mpangazita, is what you did not mention. The report to Matlala from Mokgotsi to say, look, enjoy the new year. That thing that has been troubling you has been removed. For me, that's a big one. To say, Ningam hooray, Happy New Year, that thing has been removed. And I wonder by that time, even Masimula did know. By what was the date of Mokgotsi giving the message to Matlala to say 1st January?
In fact, it was on the 2nd of January.
2nd is really Happy New Year. My take on all what the story have said is there. That is a really Happy New Year. You go, eat and dance. Your troubles are gone. What are your troubles? Is a PKTT and this other GC, whatever it is, because I don't know it. For me, that report tells the story that this letter was expected, was high expectation for some people to report somewhere that isn't to say Gondil. Say go right. So that is my take on your statement, is a report thereafter. that was made to Nhlanhla by this almighty Mkhwanazi?
Ndosi, when you met Nhlanhla, no Mkhwanazi Sputli, I don't know him. I know his father. You were told by Nhlanhla that he had been approached to fund a project of someone who actually wanted to contest for the position of president or deputy of a political party. Were you aware that the same Nhlanhla had actually been approached by Mkhwanazi to finance the well-being of the associates of the Minister of Police during the January 8th event here in Cape Town of the African National Congress, to a point where the same Mkhwanazi had actually organized is it a gala dinner, where Lieutenant General Spear also was present. Did he tell you about that as well?
Yes, I knew that setting up or kicking the project of that will be funded of presidency. So they would have started with some funding of the project of his people that would go up there, come down there. Also, I think I was told about the accommodation that they would be using. It looks like Nhlanhla has a house here at, what is this place where people have houses? That nice place? Bay.
Camps Bay.
Yeah, looks like has a house. So I did hear Spear that he was at the Camps Bay. And I remember that I was told that there is, but yes, that was shared with me. I know the minister has denied that, so that it was a lie. What I didn't understand, that lie, whether it's Mkhwanazi or whether it's Nhlanhla or Cele, which could be a lie also, that is a lie that it didn't happen. So somewhere, somehow, there is a truth. I hope it will be found one day.
Lieutenant General Spear told us that Mr. Nhlanhla was a known figure in the corridors of the headquarters of the police. He was a well-known chap over a period of time. And I presume even during your tenure, Ndosi, Nhlanhla frequented the head office of the police. There was a time when Lieutenant General Spear was acting National Commissioner. Nhlanhla visited him in his office in the company of his lawyers to actually demand why he has not been paid, something like that. Now, Ndosi is actually telling us that he only met Nhlanhla in December through Umpungos. I don't know where your offices were, Ndosi, whether they were within the police headquarters or elsewhere. But Mr. Nhlanhla, Lieutenant General Spear, confirmed that Nhlanhla was a well-known figure in the corridors of head office in Pretoria.
I didn't have the offices. I didn't. I remember that Honorable Member Kolapanat will remember that we were supposed to move to, what is that building? Telkom Towers. and we never moved there. The last time I was in the sort of an office in Pretoria, honorable member, was before COVID. But after COVID, I literally work from the house. They've given me quite a big house there. It has a tennis court, it had a bar, a barless bar, because there was nothing, no alcohol. It had some form of a place where we met. It had an office and all. So every meeting of mine took place there. I never went back to the office. I went once to check if the offices were about the good furniture, and Minister Zikalala was under pressure. He made a statement that I'm coming on Monday. Because he was, as we came in Monday, we were told by the city of Swane to say, you dare go there, the thing is unsafe. Is one building, I think we paid 600 to buy it, honorable members, 600 million. But we have paid to fix it up to 2 billion. And there's nobody working on it. Even those that they went to work, like Istole and Masimula, they've been taken out to go back to where they come from. So I didn't have, and it's funny that doesn't make noise with the police. What made noise is that they signed, and they wanted a new building, only signed, and hey, lost his job. There are people who have bought the building, paid 2 billion, and the building is not working and is there. The towers is not working. So I didn't have the office.
Thanks, Ndosi. Professor Mary Dihas. You had been a national commissioner, Ndosi, and also a minister. What was his role, or I mean her role, during your tenure? Was she actually also so active in actually dishing out instructions to both the national commissioner and the minister? Is this a new phenomenon that Mary Dihas should actually call the shots in the operations of the police?
Oh, Mary Dihas is a wonderful person, you know. I was not on the list, so I was very far on the list to go back to Parliament. I'm sure that was obvious that I'm not going to go back. Okay. Now, 2 days before I think of the announcement of cabinet, Mary Dihas on the, what is this, SAFM, he has an interview to say, I'm very glad that Tele won't come back. in radio. Even before the president is inaugurated, Mary knew I was not going to come back. Okay, fine, you're not going to, and the police are going to be proper and all that kind of stuff. That's fine. But when Mkhwanazi was eating fire on the 6th of July, and reading these screenshots and all that, Mary was one of the channels. Said, you know, I know all those screenshots, they are from Elias' phone. That's what she said. They're not from Mkhunu. Hayibo. They're from Ele. Mkhunu can't do that. It's Ele that is doing all those things. I know screenshots, but Mary was sure of it. So surely, Bagazita, Mary could not have written to me as a commissioner or as an executive authority. I had some workings with Mary before elections when there was a violence in Durban, in KZN, working with her and Professor Paulos Zulu. So where we would go and report, and they see, and you will remember that were terrible police, especially from KwaZulu. Those were, I'm telling you, those were killers. The guy called Spiwe Mvuyana, those were killers. So we would share things with Meriti. I don't know where it came about, this of Cele threatening taking the Cele to parliament because Cele goes with the mafias and all. I don't know where it came about. But I did not have the luxury of corresponding with Mary on both my work as a national commissioner and as a minister.
Well, thanks, Ndosi. My parting shot would not be a question, but perhaps just to provoke your thought, Ndosi, to the fact that people out there, this process actually has not helped to strengthen their confidence in the operations of the police. What is it, in your view, that can be done to restore the confidence and the trust of the people in the police? Because clearly, Rome is burning within our crime prevention, setup. What could be done? Thank you, Ndos.
Mbangazita just said, I hope something could be done, but I don't think that the Rome is already in ashes. I think something could be rescued, but if I say I can sit here and tell 1, 2, 3 can be done, I'll be lying. It needs a lot of thought through. I meet a lot of police, even at the gym where I gym. I gym in 5 gyms because I don't want Nomvalo to know where I am. So I meet the police and they say things are bad and things are tough for all of them in the organization. It's a sad situation, no doubt about it.
Thank you so much, General. Thank you so much, Bangazita. Honorable James, your time ends at 27 minutes past. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair. Minister, a lot has been said here today. Many of the technical questions has been covered. I want to say to you and ask you, there's a saying that says, a house divided against itself cannot stand. Do you agree with me?
Indeed, I agree.
Do you agree with me, as things stands, SAPS cannot stand and serve with the infighting and the division?
My last statement, Honorable Member, said this is a sad situation.
It is indeed sad, sir.
It's a sad situation.
And there are 2 of such houses. It is SAPS and it is that of the governing party, the ruling party of South Africa.
What's wrong with it?
You came here today and I must say I've been shocked. Do you consider Minister Senzo your comrade or associate?
Okay, let me explain a little bit of a thing. Cele is not an ANC as an organization, it's an individual. Mkhunu is an individual. So if Cele and Mkhunu, they don't see eye to eye, if they don't, it's got nothing to do with an ANC when it comes to that one. The question direct, he's my comrade.
I'm clear, thank you. I want to ask you, Minister, roughly how many times did you make contact directly with Kat Nhlanhla?
You mean talking to him? I think it should be 4 times altogether.
4 times. How many times did he contact you? So you say you tried to contact him 4 times?
No. You mean personally?
Yes.
Yes, I met I met him at the hotel first time. We met at the house in Zimbabwe, and we met at the place in Pretoria. That's physical that I've met him.
Okay. Help us understand what was so important on the 9th of May, where records reflect that you tried to contact Mr. Nhlanhla close to 10 times, from 8 o'clock in the morning until I think past 11 in the evening. I think it was quite serious. Records reflect, and in the media we've seen that almost every hour you tried to reach out to him. What was this all about?
It's because he was going to be in Durban and we were going to meet. So finally, I'm told that he lost the phone on that particular day. That's why he could not answer.
But what was your reason for calling him every hour on the 9th of May?
I was checking him if he has arrived in Durban.
You were checking if he's around Durban.
Because we're going to arrive and we're going to have a meeting.
Were you going to discuss anything specific on that day?
Yes.
What were you going to
He
discuss
was
with
going
him?
to brief me about the latest discussion on the matters of the project and what was said about me. Further discussing from this screenshot that was said and about my own arrest.
You mentioned earlier on that it is okay for you to meet with him. You don't have to declare. You don't have to, ask for permission from anyone. I want to ask you, do you not find it worrying to meet with someone that has over 80 cases? You serve on the NEC. You are leader of this country. I still see you as a leader. And you said to us earlier on that you take information from him pertaining to SAPS. Is that not supposed to be directed to a certain unit within SAPS to gather information?
Chair, just before she moves to the next question. Minister, actually there is a story that IDEC has been investigating your calls to Nhlanhla, and between March, and I can't remember which month, between March and July, you called him more than 250 times.
Sure.
There were 250 calls between the two of you from March to July. Is that correct?
No, I would not agree with that.
Thanks, Chair.
But it's also the story that we have exchanged the messages 100 times. Yeah. And zero. They said I've called many times, but we have exchanged messages 100 times. I don't exchange messages. So I'm a bit distracted. The question is, honorable member, well, I'm not sure about 80. I think that number will have to be checked. I think the cases that has been there are 18, I think so. But myself, I can't guarantee that. Nhlanhla, when I met him, I did not know about these issues and his arrest, honorable member. He was, the information came up and out as we continue, arrested for these things and all. And I have considered that the eyes that I've looked at him then are completely different as looking at him now. But me not declaring yes, I don't declare anymore who do I meet, and I guess I would have declared to sleeping in his house because it's a free piece that the ethics says we must declare those things. Would you do the same things now that you know? No, I'll be more circumspect. Is that the word? I'll be more circumspect that I have that information now.
Thank you, Minister. I asked because you were very candid in your responses earlier on, and it was worrying. It was worrying when I heard you say, I took it, I slept there, I met with him, I can do whatever I want, when we look to you still sometimes as a leader.
No, I was answering, if it came with that arrogance, surely it came very, very bad. But I was answering on the question of being a minister and being a public representative, that there are things that you can't do, like doing things and not report.
Yeah.
Not just because I believe it's correct, I can do as I wish. Human beings are not allowed to do as they wish. They've got some limits to whether you're a minister or not. Hence, I come to this statement, Honorable Member, that says, knowing what I know now, I guess I would behave differently than the time when I didn't know anything.
Definitely. Thank you, Minister, because I'd like to believe that our actions are guided by our morals and our principles. And this is why I ask this question. It is concerning the amount of times that you called Kat Nhlanhla, because I tell you, it is around the same time his contract was actually cancelled by Minister Senzo. And this is why I ask.
What do you mean by same time?
I think it was around about, I stand to be corrected, it was around about May, where Kat's contract was actually cancelled by the minister. So I was just wondering what the reason was for those many calls that you made to him. Was it maybe, and this is just in my opinion, this is just unpacking how things unfolded, was it maybe because you had heard something and you wanted to give him the heads up? I don't know. So this is why I asked you that question.
Well, definitely, I could not have any form of a help of cancelling and not cancelling. Definitely, I could not have come close to the minister to cancel or not cancel. So it was not going to help me on that one, even if I knew that it was going to be cancelled or cancelled. I'm very sure if it did not lose the phone, I would have phoned once. So this person is coming to Durban, you don't get that person, so you will try to phone until you get that person, because you know you were supposed to meet him. So that did not happen. That's a reason, not because it was frantic and something that was burning, especially when it comes to the cancelling. That is not for me. I don't come close to cancelling and nowhere that I was put in negotiating. And I can assure you, I could not have negotiated that with the minister. I could not.
Thank you, General. General, if this committee were to request to obtain cell phone records from your network, your service provider, would you be prepared to grant such consent and support the gathering of this information?
For what?
So that we can determine actually, if you have absolutely nothing to hide, would you be okay with that, granting?
There have to be serious conditions of defining the information you want. You can't go to my phone and get any kind of information. If you determine, and there is a methodology to say, this is information we want, 205 for this information, not everything in my phone, that can't happen. But if you say want information about Kat Nhlanhla and all that, I'm fine, or any other. But it can't be blanket coming to my phone and getting anything in my phone.
So it's a no?
Yes, I'm simply saying, if you describe what information you want, including want information about Kat, that I'm fine. But you can't get my phone to get any other information that is in my phone that has got nothing to do with the ad hoc that is here. It can't be blanket. But you want this one about Nhlanhla, get your 205 and carry it, I'm fine. But that you want to go through the photos and everything that is there, it can't happen. It just can't happen.
General, you earlier testified that you were aware of rumors, reports suggesting that General Sibia and you know how I feel about this, that General Sibia runs with drug dealers. To the best of your recollection, where did you first hear these allegations? And do you believe that there's any credibility to them? Because it is concerning, South Africa is burning, and we need to identify these drug cartels and who's linked to them.
Well, I agree. It's really concerning. And it's unfortunate that there is so much drugs that are coming in the country. Of late, there are even laboratories. They bring the machines and the raw material to be done in the country. I'm sure you're aware that quite several of them, those laboratories have been busted. It's highly concerning that a person that is given the duty to prevent and protect people is touched around that. I wish that it would be a lie, but I don't have the evidence that is a lie. I don't have an evidence that is true. But for the very fact that people talk about it, it is a highly concerning matter.
Sure, General. So you're saying that General Sibia, the second in charge, people are talking about the fact that he's embroiled with drug cartels, and you cannot prove that that is a lie, but that is going around. Did you report this to counterintelligence so that he can be investigated?
Who should report to counterintelligence?
Yourself, because it has been brought to your attention. It is very serious, sir. When allegations get made like this, we want to delve deeper into it and get to the truth.
Where is the counterintelligence?
Within SAPS.
I don't know counterintelligence.
Is counter not part that investigates?
It's part of it, but I don't come close to the counterintelligence. It's not my job to speak with intelligence and counterintelligence. My job is to speak to the National Commissioner about the matters. And National Commissioner. But that would be a real political interference when I go to the structures, counterintelligence, say, check this one, check this one, check this one. That would be interference.
Sir, I don't understand on which side you are, because earlier on you said you cannot interfere, and now you are saying you're supposed to go to the National Commissioner. You said earlier on that you're not accountable to anyone because you're an ordinary citizen in South Africa. So I'm saying, as a citizen, something like this gets brought to your attention, do you not report it to the police?
I thought you were talking to me as a minister at the time.
Irrespective.
That if honorable member, if I get something about you, the structure that I can go to is at the police station to open the case. Or if maybe the internal matter is to go to the National Commission. I can't be chasing units and divisions in the police. That will be the interference if you ask that. And indeed, National Commissioner would have known about these allegations, and he should have taken it forward. But it can't be me going to the counterintelligence, going to intelligence and all that as a minister. As a National Commissioner, I can do that. Otherwise, it would be political interference. That's my point on the matter.
So, sir, you're telling me that the interest of South Africans is based on the title of a person and their jurisdiction?
It's based on law.
So only certain people are allowed to report and flag possible criminality and criminals operating within SAPS?
One thing that we're investigating here is a political interference. I'm telling you that if Ele goes to the counterintelligence and say, check Mrs. Mom Jacobs, that will be political interference. Mom James, I know you so much. I don't know why you talk. We have met a long time ago and many times, but for work. So, but I can't go and say intelligence and counterintelligence must look at you. I can't do that. That I would be doing exactly what we're fighting here for. Just imagine when politicians go to the intelligence and counterintelligence, how many times will go to be checked around and all that. It's not that because I don't want you to do it. It's because as the law, and the law must be followed. One thing that says is that ministers and politicians can't be investigators, and they can't instruct the law enforcement to do that and that unless they follow the structure. The person that I can go to, two places I can go to, as an ordinary, go and open the case at the local station. Second, as I'm in the organization, go to the National Commissioner to say, National Commissioner, there is such a matter about your members. Can you check on them?
So, two things here. General Sibia involved with drug cartels, it goes unreported, he goes uninvestigated. Another thing, General Sibia also allegedly involved in a false affidavit intended to implicate General Kamalo. That also just falls by the wayside and is not reported.
That was reported to Kumalo.
No, not to Kumalo, to open up an investigation against him, even if it's just
Kumalo is a
internal.
cop. You should have opened the investigation. Pele reported it is not a cop. I can't open any investigation. But I've reported to the cop.
I want to ask you, you mentioned something, General, and you said that, you know, with the establishment of these task teams, there was also a task team that was established here in Cape Town where 200 members were deployed and staying at a hotel, and I believe that operation is still functional up until today. 200 members, 800 rand per night. Can you tell me what was the composition of that team?
There were 200 members from different. This one is a police, honorable member, is ministerial, but set by commissioner at the time, and I think it was still. It was still stolen. So these are police. These are maybe let me take it from this way. The national government has put a lot of resources in this province when it comes to policing. So those were the members coming from the different parts of the country to come and work here, try to find the criminality, especially I think they were initially mentioned townships. I will remember Delft, I think Hanover Park was part of them, but there would be those townships. So to increase the capacity of fighting the murders that were here and all that. So there will be 200 for 2 months. And then they'll be taken out back to their provinces and bring others. And they'll come with the cars, anything around 50. There will be special forces people, most of them, there will be NIU, but there will be detectives, there will be analysts, there will be intelligence. That will be mixed, but it's not the multidisciplinary in terms of other departments, but multidisciplinary in terms of police themselves. And then happened 2018 until 2019. It started 2018 April, and as Operation Thunder ended May 2019, I think that must be about 25 months. But after that, there was.
Excuse me, General, I'm being distracted with the noise coming from the corner there, the back. Thank you.
And then COVID came. That changed to be Operation Lockdown, but is still fighting with this criminality. Then has continued under the new name Lockdown, but the same resources, starting from 2018 up to the day, honorable member.
So lockdown commenced when, General?
Operation Thunder starts April 2018. It ends the name May 2019, but operations continue, same operations, but under the name Operation Lockdown.
Yes, Jay? I'm not sure what you're trying to say, Chair. Time.
Kodwa kusemnandi kangaka. Still good to hear from you.
Are you saying time up?
The feeling is.
I'm not good with sign language. I'm not finished.
Can't you give her more time, please?
It's not me who allocates time, it's these honorable members.
Okay.
If we respect each other, we are also going to respect the time.
I'm sorry.
That's how it works, because the chair does not have to move around to members explaining why this one speaks for this amount of time and why I'm speaking for this amount of time. Before the start of questions, the chair makes an announcement that your time starts at this point and will run up to this point. Like now, the chair is announcing that tomorrow we are starting at 9 o'clock. The EFF and the PA are going to run from 9 o'clock to 20 minutes past 11.
EFF is leaving at 9 tomorrow.
And then we take a 10 minutes break. We come back at 11:30. The ANC will then run from 11:30 to 1:30. And then we break for 30 minutes. When we come back at 2, the MKP and the DA will take us to the finishing line at 4 o'clock. Thank you so much, honorable members. We have unfortunately come to the end of today's proceedings.
Long live the chair.
Chair, uyamazi Emala Costa man, Emala Costa man, Emala.
Long live the chair.
Emala, engithi